Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Harm Reduction 2023, where we're racing against time. Time and images of a clock and an hourglass have featured prominently in our communications, and for good reasons. This remains an urgent and timely matter. Today, we're going to take you back to the beginning. We're going to explain that harm reduction isn't only about people using drugs. Babies yet to be born, young children, and youth are all impacted by the substance use crisis happening across the country. When drug use disrupts the family, children often suffer the greatest impact. Today, we know and understand that we need to start at the very beginning. This session will provide the opportunity to learn about childhood development through adverse childhood experiences, ACEs, childhood poverty, and the many things we can do to help people move beyond what might have been a rough start. Our focus on babies and youth is intended to challenge you to think differently about the impact that substance use has on children and their families. Well, let's get started. I'd like to call on Todd Ross, the Indigenous Advisor at St. John's campus of the University of New Brunswick, to offer a land acknowledgement.
Good morning. Nin Wabanakwat Nidishnakaz Megizi Nin Dodum Duck Lake Onjaba Nokimis. I introduced myself as Wabanakwat, my spirit name. I am Eagle Clan and my grandmother is from Duck Lake. I'm Red River Métis. I'd like to begin by acknowledging that we're gathering virtually today on the traditional lands of the Wabanaki people, the Bezuka Makati, the Mi'kmaq, and the Wolastoqiyik. Manakwest, what is traditionally this area is called, which is now known as St. John, is where these three communities meet. And I've lit some sage this morning very lightly because I have a smoke alarm just above me, but I've lit some sage this morning to start us off. Sage is a cleansing medicine that we use, and I thought it would be appropriate to light some sage today to start us off in a good way, and also to remind us that these lands that we're gathering on are also treaty lands, that we all have a responsibility to treaty. The peace and friendship treaties that were signed here in St. John and signed across Wabanaki territory remind us of that relationship between settlers and between Indigenous peoples, and the responsibility to those relationships. In particular, when we talk about harm reduction, the introduction of culture, the access to culture as a way of healing, as a way of wellness, and something that we need to work on here in Manakwest, as there's very little access to Indigenous culture, to Wabanaki culture. So a challenge for all of us as we move forward. And with that, I would like to say, Marcy, Walewan, thank you.
Thanks, Todd. St. John and New Brunswick have been grappling with poverty for decades. In the last 20 years, we've seen the birth of the Business Community Anti-Poverty Initiative, where local business people have informed themselves on root causes of poverty and embarked upon programs to deal with children and youth. St. John became one of 7 trailblazer communities in the early aughts. As a member of Vibrant Communities then morphed into something called Living SJ. We've seen the strengthening of the university's commitment to file. We've undertaken a provincial poverty reduction strategy that led to a Crown Corporation, the Economic and Social Inclusion Corporation. We've also seen a national poverty reduction strategy that led to the embracing and adoption of measures and a strategy on the part of the federal government. But it seems stalled. The wind has gone from the sails, but we know what to do. It's time to renew the urgency in addressing this issue that has held so many people back. I'd like to take a few minutes this morning to sort of tee things up and to highlight the state of poverty, particularly child poverty in our province. On your screen now, you see our Human Development Council's New Brunswick 2022 Child Poverty Report Card. We're members of Campaign 2000, and for over 15 years have been producing an annual report on the state of child poverty in the province. And there's probably no better way to start than perhaps defining our terms. What do we mean by poverty? In New Brunswick, we're helped by the Economic and Social Inclusion Corporation that has defined this for us in its constating legislation and documents. Poverty, according to the province, is the condition of a person who lacks the resources, means, opportunities, and power necessary to acquire and maintain economic self-sufficiency or to integrate into and participate in society. Woof. How do you measure that? How do you measure resources or opportunities or means? Well, we don't, and we can't. But what we do is create a line, a poverty line. And there are dizzying ways of doing that. What you see on the screen here are two measures that are popular in the country right now. The low income measure preferred by the progressive community, a relative measure of poverty that looks at 1/2 of median income. The other is an absolute measure, a market basket measure, one embraced by the national government and the province is the official poverty measure. We prefer the local income measure, or the low income measure rather, for the strength that it's offered. It's a widely accepted OECD measure, and it helps us in trending over time. As you can see, depending upon the measure, we have rates that are 6.1% of child poverty in 2020 for children in New Brunswick, or nationally, and 16.6% if we use the low income measure. The poverty line is very low, and there's plenty of economic hardship above the poverty line. You can see on this slide child poverty rates in Canada. New Brunswick is highlighted in yellow at 16.6%, and the national average is it's found there at 13.5%. But poverty isn't just a line. It's not just an income level. To borrow from Princeton sociologist Matthew Desmond, poverty is often pain and sickness. It's living in degraded housing. It's the fear of eviction. It is eviction and the homelessness. It's getting roughed up by the police sometimes. It's schools that are bursting at the seams. It's neighborhoods where everyone around you is also struggling. It's death. Death come early, death come often. So poverty isn't a lie. It's been described as a tight knot of agonies and humiliations and social problems, and this is experienced by millions of Canadians in one of the richest countries in the world. 23,000 children were living in families with incomes below the low income measure in 2020. You'll notice that's a steep decline from the year before, but there are reasons for that, and we'll describe them shortly. What is the face of child poverty in New Brunswick? Well, 38% of children in families with one parent are living in poverty. Nearly 1 in 5 children under the age of 6 live in poverty in New Brunswick. 1 in 3 racialized children live in poverty in New Brunswick, and nearly 1 in 4 Indigenous children are living in families with incomes below the low income measure. If we look at the distribution of poverty in the province, we can see rates that are rather shocking and alarming. Up north in Campbellton, for instance, the child poverty rate in 2020 was 26.1%. Bathurst was shortly behind at 25%. And then if you move to the southern part of the province in St. John, we can see an overall a child poverty rate rather of 23.8%. It's disproportionately distributed across the province. The city of Dieppe, for instance, one of 8 cities in the province, has a child poverty rate in the single digits. But it is disproportionately shared amongst the 8 cities in New Brunswick. Why did the rates decline in 2020? It was largely because of COVID-19 benefits. The remarkable difference that transfers can make became especially evident in 2020. You can see on this graph here that the incidence of low income, the prevalence of low income, the poverty rate without pandemic income supports would have been 24% in New Brunswick rather than 16.6%. And nationally, it would have been at 20.8% rather than 13.5%. The question, of course, is will rates return to pre-pandemic levels with the passage of time? And there's an alarming data available to us that suggests that that might be the case. The Canadian Income Survey for 2021, released a week ago, indicated that according to the market basket measure, Canada's official poverty line, that the rate jumped from 6.4% to 7.4%. The poverty rate for seniors increased by 2.5 percentage points. The poverty rate for unattached seniors increased by 13%. Child poverty rate increased by 1.7 percentage points in 2021. And as you can see, among Indigenous people aged 16 and older, 13.9% were below the poverty line in 2021, which was nearly double that of the corresponding non-Indigenous population of 7.4%. In 2021, the poverty rate of those who belong to racialized groups increased to 9.5%, up 1.5 percentage points from 2020. If we are seeing falling rates of poverty, we should expect to see falling rates of income security, or rather food insecurity. But as you can see from this 2021 slide, New Brunswick had the second highest rate of food insecurity in the country. And just last week, 2022's report was issued, and again, New Brunswick is the second highest rate of food insecurity in the country, now paying 22.7%. Romero House is a canary in the mine shaft, St. John's Soup Kitchen. In 2021, in the month of April, it released on average 362 meals through the window. In the month of April in 2022, it rose to 370 a day. And ominously, in 2023, it's 462 meals every day through the window. Just yesterday, they posted that quote, "It looks like today may mark the end of this month's slow days." Yesterday, 530 meals were served through the window, 49 were children. If we're seeing falling rates of poverty, we should see falling rates of debt. But as this slide indicates, under the Business Bankruptcy and Insolvency Act, New Brunswick's rate increased 6.7% between January 22 and January 2023. Nationally, the rate of insolvencies increased by 14.3%. If we're seeing falling rates of poverty, we should see falling rates of homelessness. But as this slide indicates, and for those who were able to participate in last evening's session, we got a more fulsome description of the increase of homelessness in New Brunswick and its principal cities. And as this slide shows, we've seen a marked increase in the number of chronic homeless individuals in the province. If we're seeing falling rates of poverty, we should see falling rates of social assistance, both in cases and in individuals. And the ominous slope that's shown on the slide shows that over 33,000 individuals are relying on social assistance in this province. Using a first quarter estimated population for New Brunswick of over 825,000 people, that indicates that more than 4% of New Brunswick residents are relying on social assistance. And it should come as no surprise for those that work in the community that social assistance rates in New Brunswick are woefully inadequate. Despite a 7.3% increase this year to accommodate the rise in the cost of living, we've baked in low rates that today would offer to the single employable person merely $637 a month. There are also, the literature would point to several taxes that poor people face. And this is not a surprise, and I'm sure known to many of you. We think particularly of the challenge of getting photo ID and identification and the many barriers that are faced by individuals. The time tax, it's the way in which you make it incredibly hard to sign up for things, to qualify for things, figure out what you're actually owed or eligible for. And new data shows, for instance, that the federal government only dispersed 34% of the Canada Housing Benefit money and only reached 40% of eligible people. Similarly, the Canada Dental Benefit has only dispersed 44% of the money it was supposed to by March 29th, 2023, although the program runs to the end of the calendar year. On the other hand, we saw that the one-time GST credit likely had close to 100% take-up. The credit was automatically transferred to recipients. The time tax takes its toll on poor people in this province. The literature also identifies something called the bandwidth tax, and it's an idea that a lot of us have experienced. If you've ever been incredibly late for a meeting or rushing through traffic or had an emergency, if your child ends up in a hospital, it's the only thing you can think about. This is what poverty is like. And you're just thinking, how am I going to pay the light bill? I just lost my job. I've been served an eviction notice. And that bandwidth tax can often result in bad decisions that we wouldn't have made if we had had a bit more space and slack in our lives. Let's do a final sort of deeper dive into poverty rates in my community. In the St. John's Census metropolitan area, there are 40 CMAs across the country, requiring a central city of 50,000 within a catchment area of 100,000. You can see that within the CMA, there's a child poverty rate of 17%, an overall rate of 13.8%, and a senior rate of 13.5%. But it's very important to disaggregate and to break apart higher level rates of poverty, to burrow down into communities, into cities, into neighborhoods. And here we can see a stark difference in St. John's CMA. Unlike the CMA in Moncton, which includes Riverview, Dieppe, and Moncton, or in Fredericton, which includes the central city and the villages, smaller communities that surround it, we have a stark difference in rates explained solely by geography. In the town of Quispamsis, for instance, a mere 10 kilometers away from the city of St. John, the child poverty rate is in single digits at 7%. If you look at the city of St. John, you find a child poverty rate more than 3 times that rate at 23.8%. So in St. John, it's the most egregious CMA when it comes to the distribution of vulnerability and marginalization and income poverty in the land. And it's something that I think residents of the community or this area would be familiar with. That I don't see much of a change going forward in the distribution of poverty and vulnerability in the region. It's even more stark if we want to look at the city of St. John. The city of St. John that had child poverty rates over 23%. You can see how that is disproportionately shared amongst the 4 municipal wards in St. John. Wards 1 and 4, the outliers, have metrics that are as favorable as provincial or national averages. Ward 2 and Ward 3, however, tell a different story. I'm participating today from Ward 3. Ward 3 includes Waterloo Street in the city of St. John, where the bulk of services serving those that are in poverty or in need of additional resources and services are located. And there the child poverty rate is 36.2%. That's a brief sort of highlight and overview of a very thorny issue in St. John, a difficult one in New Brunswick, and one that still affects so many people living across the country. Income poverty relates to harm reduction efforts. It holds us back. It holds too many of us back.
Randy, we have a couple of questions for you if you'll take them,
Oh.
since we have a few minutes, if that's okay.
Sure, that's fine.
Since that's my role before my next hat I put my
Okay.
next hat on. There's a couple of questions in the chat and then also on the Q&A. So early on in your talk, you were describing the poverty rates throughout Canada, and there was a mention of a 13.9% poverty rate related to Indigenous people. The question in the chat was, do you know if that was on or off reserve, or was that a combination, or are you aware of what that number represented?
That will be a combination.
Mm-hmm. And then further to that point, when you got into the more CMA data related to St. John, do we know the percentage of Indigenous children in St. John, period, or further to that, living in poverty?
No, we don't. That's a more difficult metric. We're stymied a lot given the way that the poverty rate is calculated and the sample sizes that, for instance, the Canadian Income Survey uses when it creates the market basket measure. But it's certainly an issue now that Canada is aware of. I think our data collection is getting stronger. I know that even in our own community, using census data for self-reported indigeneity, we're seeing more and more higher and higher numbers as people self-report that. So I think our data is becoming stronger and richer. One of the problems with the market basket measure as an official poverty line is that it does not include people living on reserves, nor does it include data from the Northwest Territories. So as I said earlier, the more progressive community prefers the low income measure because it relies on tax filer data, which is a survey actually of the entire population of tax filers.
Wonderful, thank you. Could you also just define unattached senior?
Unattached senior would be only one senior in the family, a single senior, unattached.
And we have a question from Shmuel, and pardon me if I'm not pronouncing that properly. What, according to you, Randy, needs to be the role of state and municipal authorities in harm reduction in poor and low socioeconomic groups in the population?
Well, that question about municipalities is a very good one. We live in a strange country where we have a federal government that has the fiscal capacity, provincial governments that have the jurisdiction, and municipalities that have to live with the consequences and try to make a difference. Brunswick is unique amongst provinces with the rather meager role that municipalities play officially in serving vulnerable populations. Since equal opportunity in the 60s, when our county system of government was dismantled, Fredericton walked in and assumed responsibility for health and education and justice and welfare. And that then led to the mantra that services to property are the responsibilities of cities, services to people are the responsibility of the province. But that, of course, blurs. The level of knowledge of civics is not that high. And I think the average citizen is thinking, I really don't care which level of government is responsible. What are we doing about it? An interesting thing that we'll be looking closely here at the Human Development Council is the creation of regional service districts across the province. There are 12 RSCs, and the three principal ones that contain the three major cities now have authority under amendments to the Local Governance Act to deal with issues like homelessness or like social inclusion, however elastic they want that particular term to be. But RSCs may well be dealing with some of these social issues, which raises a host of questions, whether in fact regions can tackle what are predominantly central city problems. Within the CMA in St. John, clearly the bulk of vulnerable and marginalized residents are in the central city. And the same would apply to Moncton and to Frederick. So whether this is an effort to attach suburban tax base to central city problems, or whether this is going to be an effort that will lead to enhanced local government's response to some of these issues remains to be seen. We'll want to make sure that we don't return to the days of equal opportunity, where the level and quality of service that you get depends upon where you live. I think we all agree that an equitable approach to income poverty and vulnerability rests with province-wide programs and an effort to equalize services and benefits for vulnerable individuals.
Thank you, Randy. And just in our last minute, maybe timely given the previous question, David Hickey, who's one of our municipal councillors, asks, Randy, do you expect poverty rates in particular in Ward 3 to rise back to standard levels with no COVID benefits left? And just before you answer that, Randy, because I think we'll have to move on, there's a couple questions about the data, and I think I can point them to the Human Development Council website, where you have lovely infographics that can answer a lot of the questions in regards to like some of the numbers, and then your slides have been shared with the group. So I'll leave you with that, with David's question, and then let you take back the agenda.
Sure, thank you. That's a very timely question. I think there's a growing concern across the country that without increased income supports, that there's a strong likelihood that we'll have rates that will restore themselves to pre-pandemic levels. I think COVID taught us a number of things, and it seems that we've lost an opportunity to put into place, into practice what we learned, and that is when you put more money in the hands of people and families, you raise them above the poverty line, you provide more choices and more options to them. I mean, even in Ward 3 that David represents, you could almost see a bounce to people's step when there were income support programs that put more money in their hands. They were able to eat more nutritiously. They were able to not worry over rent increases so much. They were able to exercise more agency and have more options available to them. So in the absence of a guaranteed livable income that I know the municipality of St. John and Fredericton and Moncton and communities up north have embraced and encouraged senior levels of government to introduce, in the absence of that, then there is a strong likelihood. When I sort of ran through debt or food insecurity, or homelessness, all of these things you would expect with plummeting poverty rates that you would see. So we have some warnings there. We have some canaries in the mine shaft that are suggesting that without further interventions, without more income support programs, we will see a restoration of the rather shameful levels of income poverty that we experienced pre-pandemic. So that having been said, and thank you, Sarah, for that shout out about our website, I would encourage anybody that wants to pursue these matters more in greater depth to visit our website. We also have an online, on-time, real-time dashboard of homelessness throughout the province, which will be updating that with HIFAs and shelter use, and trying to use community data to inform not only politicians like David and others, but to inform the general public as to the state of the conditions that sadly many people in St. John and throughout the province are facing. And this, of course, connects to harm reduction and the need for serious efforts to keep people safe and work in communities with individuals. And that's why it's a real pleasure for me to introduce our next speaker, Sarah Gander, who you heard from earlier, but Sarah has a lot of initials after her name, and for good reason. She's on the faculty of both Dalhousie University and Memorial University of Newfoundland. She is the founder of NB Social Pediatrics Inc., a nonprofit aimed at advocating for child rights as the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child, using a medical, legal, social approach and empowering the voices of children and youth, as well as the Parent-Child Assistance Program, PCAP, a 3-year advocacy and support program for women who use drugs or alcohol during pregnancy. Many of you participating and observing today will know of Sarah. And if you don't, you'll have a wonderful chance now to learn more about her and the work that she does and the incredible impact that not only Sarah, but the pediatricians in this community are having on populations in our community. Thanks, Sarah. Over to you.
Thanks very much, guys, for having me today. This is a pleasure to be with you guys and speaking about this topic, and humbling to be around the people who, many of whom have mentored me and supported me in the work that we're doing in the community. And then also just an honor to be around the committee of people who, again, inspire me every day. So I'm a pediatrician. I guess I'm a woman in the community. I'm a woman of privilege, and that's my disclosure. I'm a white cis female living as a physician in the community. I'm a very joyful mom and wife and daughter, and I have a lot of other roles. And then I'd just like to say that, it's been my privilege also to work in the community, and particularly in the South Central Peninsula, where if Randy had got deeper down into the data, our child poverty rate, where my clinic is every day, is nearing 50%. So today I was asked to talk to you a bit about my thoughts on disrupting generational poverty and where harm reduction fits into my role as a pediatrician and as an advocate and change agent in the community. And then a little bit of the history of how we tried to do that and fill some gaps and make things work in St. John, and some of the lessons learned. And as I'm sure we all are, we're always learning, unlearning and learning. So Randy had mentioned NB Social Pediatrics. Like in our community as a pediatrician, it was really noticed that, with the increasing referrals for behavioral difficulties in children, ADHD, autism, and the increasing amounts of referrals for neonatal abstinence syndrome in the hospitals, that, looking at the trajectory of the life of children to about age 18, which is why we see the age we see, that we really needed to do business differently if we were going to meet the needs of kids in our community. And so social pediatrics is not a concept that I invented. We took a promising practice from Quebec, where Gilles Julien's foundation had really learned how to do that business differently over the last 30 or 40 years, and really getting out into the community, listening to the community, and trying to respond to the needs of community. So NB Social Pediatrics, as I said, is more than just coming to the pediatric office. And so I wanted to get into a little bit about how we feel that we can make an impact in St. John, and then get into the meat of the harm reduction bit a bit. So like Randy said again in my intro, our overarching principle is really in a child's rights and a human rights lens. We recognize that children are the holders of their own rights, not passive recipients of the decisions we make for them, but really should have a voice and be empowered actors in their own development. We really reject the sentiment that children are the future. Full respect to all the 80s pop songs that may have gone in that direction. But children are our present. They are here now. From the moment that you're conceived, you actually carry, science tells us this, that you actually carry the experiences of your ancestors and the generations before. Of course, Indigenous populations have known this since the dawn of time. And then we're really appreciating how traumas and adverse childhood experiences really actually fundamentally change the DNA of kids, and how generations move forward. And so I think if we're going to build healthy communities, which is really, one of our major aims, it's about disrupting the adversity and really supporting people. And of course, we feel that upholding their rights really actually helps to prevent the accumulation of adverse childhood experiences and mitigate those as we move forward. So on the off chance that there's somebody out there who hasn't heard about the ACEs, and I'm not trying to shame you, but it is a big conversation lately. I encourage you to read about it, Google TED Talks on it, read some lay literature, some scientific literature on it. But we talked about it last night at our mixer. We had a really nice ACEs presentation by two members of our community. who are very well versed in the therapeutic community and working with people who have had a lot of adversity. And I just wanted to take it for a little bit of a longer walk, because I think what the ACEs in the 90s they looked at sort of 10 fundamental common adversities that were linked to later outcomes, whether it be physical health, mental health, or just really, early, something as simple as just, did you die earlier? And really tied those together. And for the first time, we were having the conversation about how early life experiences can shape your future. And I, again, just want to take that back a level and really say, like, the generational, the historical trauma, the environment and context that our babies are grown in our bodies, and the environment that they're born into also makes a difference. And I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the specific data about the women we work with who use drugs or alcohol during pregnancy. The other thing that ACEs doesn't talk about is the racialization, is, the context of war and, refugees and the macro and microaggressions of our folks. And then just even the genetic potential for having things, genes turned on or turned off based on their experience. And then it doesn't really look at, and this is the exciting and hopeful part of the conversation, is what the heck are we going to do about some of these things when that a lot of these ships have already sailed? And you'll hear people talk about, well, these are the benevolent childhood experiences, or we'll hear about positive childhood experiences. So lots of ACEs conversation. Now we can talk about the PACEs and the BASEs. And isn't it, I love that. When I was preparing this talk, we talk a lot in PEDS about PACEs, the positive. And then I just went to a talk that talked about these benevolent childhood experiences, and it was kind of like mind blown. And then I got to thinking about the word BASEs and just like, wow, we can get back to basic, to do you feel safe? Do you have a good friend? Do you have beliefs that give you comfort? Do you like school? I even offered to you guys as you're sitting here for some engagement in this virtual talk, like, did you like school? Do you remember teachers? Do you remember one that really cared about you? Do you remember something even that actually happened to you in your childhood, and the person who was there for you, whether it's a teacher or a coach or some other like parent or non-parent other, sometimes you can remember the smells, like what they were wearing. That's how deep these impacts go into children. Like at 44 years old now, I can remember what some of the teachers were wearing when I had a bad day. Do you have good neighbors? The adult who could provide you support or advice? Did you have opportunities to have a good time? Did you like yourself? Feel comfortable with yourself? And do you have a predictable home routine, like regular meals and regular bedtime? And so we're using this score as sort of a sense of like, are these protective factors? Are these things that we can look at? People love the word resilience. Like, what makes the difference sometimes between people who experience similar traumas or adversity and then have different outcomes? So just something to really think about, because we need hope. We need a call to action. And we need, for me, when I'm seeing kids, because, I'm a doctor, so I'm by nature a bit of a fixer. And so I always like to have something that I know I can kind of try to do for kids. So when we built social pediatrics here in New Brunswick and in St. John, it really, there was my pediatric practice, and I share that with other allied health professionals like social workers and OTs and stuff that we bring into it, and other physicians. And then when we were first starting, we actually were born out of, Horizon and a research program. And our first big research program, which if you guys have been to the Harm Reduction Symposium in the past, have heard me talk a little bit about, is the Parent-Child Assistance Program. And again, we didn't invent this. We borrowed it from Washington State that had years, and I had looked at the participant list. So shout out to my FASD Center of Excellence friends who are here, so they know all about PCAP, because it was born out of the FASD crisis in Washington State in the West Coast, the US, and then has really grown to encapsulate all of the substances over the decades that have become problematic in people's lives, and particularly during pregnancy. So we really thought if we were going to have have a hand in disrupting poverty in St. John, that we really needed to go not just to cradle, but to conception and even preconception. Because if we were going to disrupt this trajectory of adversity and the outcomes as such, then we really needed to go back to basics or bases. And when we do that as a team. So I'm telling you this because I'm going to tell you some of our data here in a bit. And just so you know, we use largely mixed methods. We do some quantitative things, so we like numbers too, and a lot of qualitative things as well, really about the stories and patient experience. And really, we're building evidence because what we care about the most is having equity-based programs for people on the micro individual level, but then also want to be able to go back to policymakers and decision makers and give them that evidence in a meaningful way that speaks their language. So some of the punitive and stigmatizing and harmful policies that are out there can really be looked at a lens that changes and makes a difference for people. And that collaboration means that we have to work with the community. We have to listen. We have lots of people. I guess I should say all the pictures that are in the presentation today have the permission of the folks in them to share. But this is, we can't work alone. We shouldn't work alone. And so there's so many people that are really part of the community that come together as collaborators for this cause. We also bring in kind of the next generation of the people who come after us to make a difference. My medical students or residents. Also, we welcome a lot of students from MBCC, from other education programs, but then high school. We just hired a high school student for the summer. So really trying to look into the community too. Some parents are doing a lot of volunteer work, really trying to look at what comes after us too, and set an example for the future of the people who will be doing this work. And like I said, really looking at advocacy on an individual level and also a systemic level. So back to the Parent-Child Assistance Program. So I mentioned that this was a research program that started because the government at the time was looking for innovations that would disrupt intergenerational poverty. And we looked at the Parent-Child Assistance Program as an opportunity to bring a promising practice and make it our own here in St. John. And so the mission of the Parent-Child Assistance Program is to support and empower birthing people and families impacted by substance use. We envision a community where people who experience substance use are empowered to have healthy pregnancies and families. And the goals are really, our mantra of harm reduction, which is meeting them where they are, setting goals together, and guiding them where they want to go based on the goals that they set. And a lot of that is helping connect clients to services that already exist and are in the community, and really creating that safe, supportive place for our clients. Day in, day out, I was seeing as a pediatrician, babies being born to birthing people who, during those moments, we're having their babies, and it's really quite just physiologic how the look on a mom's face. And I'll use the word mom here, but, we're trying to use this inclusive term of birthing people. Not all of our clients identify as women. Looking at their face and just sort of realizing that, of course, they would do everything they could to do the best for that babe. And that it's actually just really hard because, for those of you who have had kids, know kids, been around kids, it's not always easy, and you kind of don't always want to do it. And so when you're struggling with, your substance use, or you're struggling with other things, it's very difficult and you need support. And, we really learned that a lot of our people just don't have that support. So we built a team, we built a team of advocates. We built a team of what I kind of affectionately feel are the, aunties and Grammys and friends and sister-in-laws and support people in the community. That the goal is that, our people have somebody to call who will show up for them, who will coach them, who will listen to them and walk alongside them during their journey. And we get the stories from the PCAP clients, and these are a couple of quotes, and it's been really important to us to listen to them. And we don't always get it right, but the positive things are just, it's a 3-year program, which I smile as I say, because there's some people that have teetered into the 4th and 5th year, and people who finish earlier because they reach their goals, and you kind of launch them into a place where they're happy to have less support. So like I said, it's a program to support women who use substances during pregnancy. It's 3 years of support from the advocate. And really, there's a lot of evidence for positive outcomes. And so today I'm going to tell you a little bit about some of the folks that we see. And like I mentioned, it was created and just to give Therese her credit at the University of Washington. And then we brought it to St. John in 2018. And like I said, it was back in 2018 that the government said, Social Innovation Fund, they wanted projects that were disrupting generational poverty. And and humbly, we were ready to solve poverty. I love that we have the energy and the passion to say okay, we think this is going to make a huge difference. And then, hey, what's the best lesson you can learn when you try to make a difference with people is that, you think you know the things and you don't know the things until you listen to the people who are living the things. And so I promised I'd give you some lessons learned as we kind of walk along and learn more about the program. So this is what we knew. We knew that there are more babies. It was up like 30% in the last couple of years of babies being born. Maybe people don't prefer the neonatal abstinence syndrome as a term. It's a medical term. It has a definition, but really just babies either with evidence of withdrawal from substances in pregnancy, and certainly lots of babies who are exposed during pregnancy. Definitely, we are seeing a colossal increase in children who are being referred to pediatrics with complex social and behavioral needs. And the reason why I think that's important is that that's a bit of a proxy for adversity, to be honest, because we know that adversity and toxic stress and trauma presents itself looking very much like ADHD, autism, other neurodevelopmental problems, behavioral problems, and anxiety, depression, a mix of all and everything in between. And we definitely knew that the traditional medical kind of approaches, which I'm sure you can all imagine, sterile clinic rooms and difficulty getting appointments. And I tell you when your appointment is and you come when I tell you it is. And if you don't come, then I close your file, things of this nature. We're just not effectively meeting the needs of our kiddos and families. What we also thought we knew was that going upstream was the best way to make change. I say thought we knew, and because I'm going to, Sarah Campbell, who's the ED of MB Social Pediatrics and who really built PCAP, we built PCAP together, made some of these slides. And I just think that, it's what we thought we knew because, going upstream is, a mantra of public health and it makes total sense. But I think that we thought that just going to pregnancy was enough. And I think that we would both agree that, it's so much more complex than that. We thought that we kind of knew the experience of birthing people who use substances in a way, like at least from our lens, that we were witnessing people who didn't have good support networks, who needed more positive relationships or any positive relationship, especially with, other people who are having their experience. Oh, now my phone's doing an emergency alert. Lovely. I hope it's okay. We were witnessing people who had complex barriers, including a lot of stigma, and that they were, even telling us they had a lot of distrust of the system. So we kind of figured if we made PCAP, they'd just be like lining up at the door to sign up. 5 years later, we've learned, unlearned, listened, and adapted, and, recruited people, gave presentations to referral sources, tried to collaborate with the community and build that trust, but it takes time. And the clients that we have had well over 100 referrals now in these couple of years, we've walked alongside families, we've cried with them, we've laughed with them, we've had lots of babies. We've learned their stories, supported their goals, and suffered their losses. And we've lost some of our clients too, and babies. And that's been really heavy and really hard. So what we know now is sort of a revised sense of upstream, is that going upstream is as individual as each person that we serve, and that there is no perfect program or intervention. Everyone at whatever point they're at in their life need support. And every time we have an opportunity to connect or interact with somebody is upstream, because there's always a next phase to their life. We're talking about children today. Randy didn't focus on those numbers of seniors, but that's a huge focus in our community as well, or should be. And that even if you're interacting with somebody who, is at a stage of their life where perhaps they're thinking of having a pregnancy or being a parent, or maybe it wasn't planned, whatever interaction you're having with them at that time, you're about as upstream as you can get for that baby that might happen, or that baby that's going to happen. So all of those upstream opportunities can happen at different times. Any one of us that has the capacity and will to demonstrate kindness, compassion, and empathy is the best intervention in that moment. And that's really hard to recreate. It's really hard to call a pilot project. It's really hard to write a grant for that. But I think it just goes to show that all streams really flow into the ocean, that we're all in this together. And so everyone you encounter is an opportunity to go upstream. And every time they encounter us, it's an opportunity to be upstream from whatever outcome or consequence that we're hoping to prevent. I'm sure you're faced with the thoughts at times that people feel a bit too far gone. You can't imagine turning them around, or it just feels really, really hard. I just would offer a sort of a take home from this presentation that you could actually be going as upstream as possible at that moment for their children. So let me tell you about our PCAP people. So a little bit of a client profile. So when I mentioned that we've had over 100 referrals, not all of those people stay around. We lose people, but of the intakes that we do, the average age is 27 years old. So these are birthing people who disclose using substances during pregnancy. Their grade 10 education, 44% is the average, 44% graduated from high school. 90% are single with, on average, 2 children. They range from no children yet, because if you're coming into our program, maybe it's your first babe, to 8 children. And 66% of PCAP clients had been arrested at least once. So when you think about some of the other barriers to them trying to move on with their life, a lot of criminalization is a big problem in our population. The client childhood history is interesting. So the average ACE score of a PCAP client is 6. This green square here is really heavy for us, and as a pediatrician, very eye-opening. 65% first used their substances between the ages of 11 and 14. So I'm just going to let that rest and sit for a second, because substance use disorder, or problematic substance use, or the adversity and outcomes that we're trying to prevent, is not just or only a grown-up problem. We have to go to the young ones. So we're missing people if we wait till 11 to have these conversations and make a difference in our community. 72% had involvement with child protection services, foster care, or were adopted as a child. 95% reported a history of alcohol issues in their family, and 85% reported a history of substance use issues in their family. Connection is so important. I talked about some of those benevolent childhood experiences, and if you could go back to that, you'll see that a lot of those themes are around connection and preventing isolation. So at intake, clients are asked if they'd ever had a long-lasting, meaningful relationship with people in various categories, so parents, friends, spouses, and their own children. So only 41% reported ever having a close relationship with their father, 58% with their mother, 80% with having a close relationship with their own children, and only 73% reported ever having a close relationship with friends, and less than that with their spouse. The client history of intimate partner violence, 82% of our clients have been victims of intimate partner violence, 94% victims of physical, sexual, or emotional abuse in their lifetime. 39% of the PCAP clients were victims of physical abuse while they were pregnant, and 59% had been a victim of physical, sexual, and or emotional abuse in the 30 days, the month before they came to us for intake. We've been talking a lot about the adverse childhood experiences, and when we look at the risks we think a lot about, what ACE score are the kids born with, because we want to prevent accumulation of ACE scores. And I don't always feel like I get my hands on them until after they're born. But that's why I love being involved with the PCAP program, because I get to be around pregnant people too. But look at the adversity even before these babies are born. Domestic violence in the home, 82%. Divorce or parental separation, 90%. Of course, to be in the program, you have to have some substance or alcohol use in the home, so that's 100%. Criminalization of a household member, 66%, and mental health issues in the home, 89%. So that infers that many of our babies are born with that 4 or 5 score, which we know statistically predicts them for worse outcomes later, and that's before they even enter the world. A moment of hope, though, is that when you look at the PCAP intervention, we're so pleased to say that 80% of the babies born subsequently, once they've entered the PCAP program, are considered non-exposed. And that's not because we at the PCAP, we do take a harm reduction approach. We do aim to work with people about using their substances less. But we do think it's important to have the goal to knowing that substances can have effects on babies in utero. To try to mitigate that as much as possible. And so this is a very hopeful slide for us. So as we move forward, I thought I'd just leave you with a few take homes as a pediatrician and as somebody who's been trying to go as upstream as possible and also upstream every day. That children who experience adversity often feel isolated and struggle with social and family relationships, are often living in survival mode and may struggle with executive functioning. So how does that show up in my office or in the classroom or at the after school program or with interaction with peers or others? Looks a lot like ADHD or even autism spectrum disorder, or it can just, all the other words, oppositional defiant disorder, intermittent explosive disorder, all the orders. They may struggle academically. They often have an intergenerational component and have parents that experience adversity. And they grow into adults that continue to experience all of these issues. And then they go on to have children of their own and are beautiful, worthwhile, hopeful people and deserve the support of our community. Another lesson learned recently is kind of moving forward from our efforts to be trauma informed, but to take that learning and really integrate it into what we do every day. I have not personally had a lot of adversity in my life, and I'm very blessed and thankful for that. So when I can share my ability to regulate or my calmness and kindness, I think that's how I try to integrate, knowing that not everybody can come to the table like that. Not that I'm always at my best, but, we try to do our best. Expect, anticipate, and mitigate barriers to connection, building that trust, reaching out to people, meeting them where they are. Learn to recognize that many of the people that we serve are in survival mode. That the social safety nets that many of us work hard to provide are an antidote to the isolation of trauma, that really being able to offer that connection is so important. Working hard to not judge and stigmatize. And every interaction with a person is an opportunity to build a connection, which is the ultimate upstream. And of course, we're always working to ask yourself if the system we work in is trauma informed. If Sarah Campbell's here, she's smiling because we were just at this talk with an amazing child psychiatrist, Jody Carrington, and she offered this quote from Ram Dass, which I'll leave you with, which has been on my mind since I heard it, that we're all just here walking each other home. So thanks for the opportunity to share a bit of our journey so far, which has been our privilege and our pleasure. And if there's any questions, then I'm happy to take them. And hopefully I'll be able to come back over the years and share more data and more outcomes as we crunch it all. Thanks very much.
Thanks for all that. There are lots of observations in the chat about epigenetics, methylation of genes, and things that you helped sort of introduce us with. But one question in particular was asked, and Why do you feel there is a discrepancy when it comes to relationships between father and mother, the father-mother relationship? I think the data showed 41% versus 58. Do you have an explanation for the difference?
Well, I guess if you'll just permit me the just kind of gender difference discomfort there. I mean, a lot of the patients that I see, generally speaking, those lone parent families, it would be less so that they would have encounters with their father. Many are living with their mother, so I could see how the connection with the father would be less. Not that, it's quantity over quality. You can have a very meaningful relationship with a guardian or a parent or a non-parent other and not be living with them or see them all the time. But then I think there's just a fundamental sort of evolution difference or like some sort of natural difference about the person who birthed you. And I think we know that in some of the data and literature around just kind of who you go to. It's kind of just a fundamental fact that generally speaking, there's a nurturing piece, and the relationship with the person who birthed you is just, I think you're drawn to them a bit more.
Another one, if you're up for it, and
Yep.
we were asked to ask you, can you speak a bit about incorporating BCES research and what some of the challenges and benefits are?
Yeah, so I didn't get into what we're doing at the Pop Center with my practice, but if I take it kind of longitudinally, a lot of the parent-child assistance program children end up in my practice, whether it be the siblings, because we're always connecting the other family members to services. So either I see the siblings as a patient, or I get the babies after they're born or whatnot if there's concerns. So then it's kind of like, well, what are we doing to mitigate the adversity that they've already experienced? What are we doing to try to prevent them from accumulating more adversity? And then, so when I make a treatment plan, this is where it diverges from how I was trained traditionally in medicine, where you're like, okay, here's your diagnosis of ADHD and here's your prescription of Concerta, and you should really see a counselor as well, and eat your vegetables and get a good night's sleep. And like, if you don't do that, then you're like non-compliant and like, maybe don't come back. But it's not that bad, but sometimes it is. And maybe people are nodding. So it's really taking it kind of a bit further than that and saying, okay, well, what are your strengths? We love to be strengths-based. Many harm reduction programs are, because, too much attention is focused on like the bad things people are doing. Like, what are the good things that you're doing? What do you like to do? What really lights your fire? And so sometimes it's the guitar, and so the way we incorporate a benevolent or positive childhood experience is like some of the early kids that I first saw when I was trying to develop this style were kids in group homes who were like sitting around all day. They had nothing to do. They were on abbreviated days at school. They just kind of felt like crap all the time. And, and you ask them, what do you like to do? And they say, well, I really want to play guitar. And so then, you put a post out on Facebook and you say, does anybody have a guitar to give? And, one of my friends says, yeah, sure. And a little amp, and you bring it over to the group home. And, the next appointment, they come back and they play a Johnny Cash song. And you're like, well, damn, okay. And they have a smile on their face. And it's, and that happens often. Like, that's not a unicorn moment. Like, the other thing, I'm in love with this Dr. Jody person now. I'm fangirling on her big time. She talks about how a coach said it's amazing how fast you can get a kid to skate if you know the name of their dog. Like, sometimes we just have to ask people. Or like, she talks about Jesse Thistle. You guys will know all about that story, right? Jesse Thistle and From the Ashes, and how he didn't eat for 8 months on the street. He didn't even hear somebody say his name. And so somebody finally says to him, like, what's your name? And he says, Jesse. And he hadn't heard anybody speak his name in 8 months. So just these gestures where you're, and that's the calmness and kindness, is that when you really are loving on people, you can ask them about their life. You can, help support. Like, I can go to a school and I can try to like bring us all together. So we're trying to all work for the child and the family. And so then maybe that experience is better. So I'm not, the fixer of all the things, but it's getting out of our comfort zone. It's that courage over comfort. It's like, let's get your butt out of your chair and like, let's get together and figure out how we're going to come together on this, kid. Is that too much? Did I go on a rant? I forgot where I was.
No, that's a great answer. I know that there are a number of folks listening and watching that represent the community nonprofit sort of sector, and it's so encouraging to hear programs like the ones that you've introduced and the impact that they're having and just the rigor that you're bringing to the file. But there's always a nagging question, I think, in our minds of sustainability. And can you speak to that? Are you satisfied that this program is embedded sufficiently that that you'll have a shelf life that can make a difference in the community on an ongoing basis?
Oh gosh, I think none of us ever feel safe when you're at the mercy of, governments changing and different political pulls and appeals and all the things. Strategically, we've always believed that it's important to have a bit of a, mixed eggs in your basket in terms of funding and sustainability. I guess I look at it as a couple of different ways. Like sustainability can mean money, right? And it can just mean like it takes money to pay people to do things and to help them with things. And money's kind of the easy part in a way, like it's just math. And we can pitch this to anybody and tell a really good story, but I see like Julia Woodall's comment there about the challenges of the research. It's like you're doing research about people, and so then we've got to tell the stories and we've got to tell the numbers, because I have to speak the language of people who write the checks. And for a lot of government people, that's like, does this have a return on investment? Are we saving money? You keep a kid out of foster care because you've been able to create a support network for that person to live safely with their guardians, or you keep somebody out of jail that doesn't need to be in jail because they were just stealing to like have their basic human needs met, or because they're muling something for somebody else. It pays for the program in spades. So I feel like the money from a sustainability standpoint is a no-brainer. But yeah, no, we have to go back to the table every year, every 2 years, every 3 years. And so does Washington. And they've been at it for 30 years with beautiful evidence. So you're just like, why, God, why do we have to keep going back to the table? And it's just because it's this, I don't know, there must be fear or uncertainty on that side of things, but then the other prong of it is the sustainability of our people. Like, it's heavy work. How do you not burn out? Like, everybody who shows up to the harm reduction table is burning a really bright flame. But a lot of our flames are dim these days and, even burnt out. And you just sort of say, well, I know you had a flame, so there's hope. But the sustainability is also, how do we take care of our people so we're not a flash in the pan and we can like show up day after day? Because I worry about that too. So that's, again, a long answer, but wouldn't I love for somebody to say, like, here's an endowment that pays for this till the end of time? And so maybe it's rooted in like the need for accountability, to show up and have to prove your worth every couple of years. So we're up for that challenge, is why that's the easy side. And so then and Sarah Campbell spends a lot of time thinking, okay, but how do we keep everybody's flame going so they can show up every 2 or 3 years to fight the good fight?
Thanks for that. I think that's some comfort to all of us to sort of struggle with the idea of going. And thanks as well for your observation about the stresses that are on the front line and the challenges of working with vulnerable cohorts on a regular basis. I know you folks haven't been around for a long time, but I'd be interested over the life of social pediatrics if there are any trends that you can see emerging, or if there are any, what's the state of the population you're seeking to serve in the community? Do you find more demand? Do you find more entrenched problems? Is it layered? Is there anything over that short time that you guys have been around that you can point to as a trend?
Well, I was, I guess a couple of things. One is that pediatric referrals and patients with behavioral problems and psychosocial complexities are more complex than I've ever seen in my career. So this is my 15th year as a pediatrician in St. John. And maybe my head was in the sand, or I was like self-selecting for like easier cases, because of course we were behind a lot of like armor to get to pediatrics. And now that I'm kind of more in the community, I'm, you're getting a bit of that reach. We can always do better. But it's so complex. I guess one trend that people will talk about like parenting and parents and parent support as being the problem. Like it's easy for people to say, oh, kids with behavioral problems, and it's the problem is the parenting, the parents, and blah, blah, blah. And maybe that's true to an extent because there's modeling and there's like influence, and of course, but I also think one of the things I've noticed is that the community is really, the people in the South Central Peninsula in particular, and like I see the kids in the West Side and the North End, and we go to Graham and Ann for clinics, we go to Sussex, we go to Charlotte County, people are really showing up for kids because they're just, parents again shouldn't be doing it alone, And so I think we're starting to realize, this is my hopeful trend. I think we're starting to realize that we should not be doing it alone. So the teachers and the community groups, and this is why when you build a school, so this is for you, David, when you're building a school in the South Central Peninsula, unless you're talking about community space and the way that we're welcoming families into the school, then you can't just take kids away. We have to all be doing this together. And meeting kids all together and coming around them. So that's one trend. I think people are really trying to do that. And the other, I have about half my patients probably are raised by grandparents. So, if any of you are grandparents out there and shudder at the thought of raising kids a second time, raise a kid a second time who has all of these neurological complexities because they've had a lot of adversity, it's very, very difficult. And then my friends, like the newcomers to St. John, is my experience, have a complexity that we just weren't even ready for. We didn't even, how do you help somebody who's been shot 5 times and now has chronic pain, like at a walk-in clinic? Like, this is what we're up against. So there's some big, serious, complex problems that need some solutions. And I think it's figure outable, but we've got to come together.
Nice comment. Thank you. And that's probably a good time for us to sort of pause and reflect a bit on what you were able to offer us, and to get ready for a session that will follow a break where we'll hear from Emily Bodachon on the Mum Stop to Harm. Welcome back, everyone. We'll be continuing with our agenda now. And next up is Emily Bodachon, who will be speaking about harm reduction in youth, a parent's perspective. Emily has worked for Horizon Health for 22 years in various laboratory roles. It was the lived experience of Emily's oldest son, Albert, that gave her a passion for harm reduction. He represents Atlantic Canada on the board of directors of the national advocacy organization Mums Stop the Harm, and facilitates a peer-led Holding Hope support group for families with a loved one currently struggling with substance use or working on recovery. He recently joined the board of directors with Avenue B and represents Mothers Stop the Harm on several local harm reduction committees. Welcome, Emily, and thank you for joining us this morning. Over to you.
So thank you, everyone, for allowing me the opportunity to be here today. It's an honor to be here and talking about harm reduction and sharing my story with all of you. So I really appreciate it. As Randy said, I'm the I work in healthcare. I'm the laboratory administrative director of the St. John area, and I'm also on the board of directors for Mom Stop the Harm. And Mom Stop the Harm, for anyone who doesn't know about us, we're a network of Canadian families with representation in every province, and we were started in 2015 by 3 moms who lost their kids to what we were then calling the overdose crisis. And so those moms started the organization, and we're now 3,500 members across the country. So I'm going to tell you about my story. I'm going to tell you a little bit about Mom Stop the Harm and some of the advocacy work that we do. We're going to talk about alcohol, and we're going to talk about prescription drugs. And and then messaging that we give youth, so abstinence versus harm reduction, and what lessons learned that lessons that I learned through the process of what my family has been through, and then some tools for parents that might be helpful. So this is my son Albert. He's now 29, and he was always a little bit different. He always danced to his own tune, and he's very musical. When he was 3 years old, he ate a full lobster dinner, and he was reading at a very early age, and really was always very brilliant, and very unique personality, and kind of one of those old souls, and very wise for his age. When he was in elementary school is when he really started to struggle. And when he was in grade 3, they told us that he wasn't going to pass grade 3. And, I was like, well, he can name every shark that swims in the ocean. So like, how is this a possible thing that he's, not going to pass grade 3? So we had some testing done, and he was reading at a grade 8 level at the time. He was doing math at a grade 5 level. And so we went back to the school and we said, there's something that's not lining up here, because he's actually really smart. And so they kind of labeled him as gifted, and diagnosed him with ADHD, and suggested that we put him on prescription stimulants, which didn't really exactly sit right with me. I thought maybe we should try to enrich him rather than try medicating as a first level of defense, and not saying that that there's no judgment for anybody who's medicated, because I understand that there's a lot of value in that, but for our family it didn't seem like the right fit. And so they did do some enrichment activities, and they recognized kind of that music was his gift, and so he did better in school after that, once that was kind of recognized. He still continued to struggle though socially, and so he ended up kind of falling into the margins of his peers, and he started experimenting with drugs when he was in high school. And when he turned 19, he hitchhiked to Alberta, and that started 5 years of living unhoused and using substances. When he started living unhoused, he discovered a community of people who accepted him for who he was, and who, kept him safe, had his back, and he found connection in that community. And so it was really a struggle as a parent, especially being here in New Brunswick, knowing that my kid was living unhoused. I didn't know where he was. He didn't have a phone. And so I was, constantly scouring newspapers and, media outlets to see if there was any news from the shelters about where my kid was. And he would call occasionally and check in. And it was just a really difficult time. I remember the first time he called me and told me that he used crystal meth, and how it was life-changing for him, because he said that suddenly the world made sense. And it's not a long stretch to know that for someone who was recommended to be prescribed stimulants, that crystal meth would make him feel like he could put the pieces together. Unfortunately, as we know, the illicit drug supply is not predictable. And, when you have all access to the substances that you want to use, then, there's a lot of harm that can come to you from that. And so I used to visit him on the street. I really wanted to. It was really important to me to keep the connection with him, because I thought if he ever, wants to make a change, or wants to come back home, or wants to work on recovery or work on wellness, I guess is the word I prefer to use, that I wanted him to have a safe place to land. And so that connection with him to me was the most important thing, and it's what I kept my focus on. So I used to visit him on the street. I would go to Calgary and sit with him, and it was life-changing for me, and kind of what brought me into this harm reduction world when I sat on the street with him and watched people walk by, because they would walk by and they would look at me and just kind of, make eye contact and then look on as they would with anybody else. And then they would look at him and their face would change, and it would be a face of disgust. And it was horrifying for me because, I look at him and I see my child, and I see the person that I love. And, the abuse that he described, that he and his friends suffered from the general public and from business owners, was really heartbreaking. And so that's kind of what started me on the journey of advocacy. So in 2016, he went to the emergency department because he was experiencing pain in his back, and he was turned away for what they call drug-seeking behavior, which he told me was ridiculous, because the drugs that he has access to on the street are much more effective at treating pain than what the emergency department's going to give him. They didn't collect any specimens. They didn't do any diagnostic tests at all. No X-ray, no MRI, nothing like that. He went back a short time later, again with back pain, and again he was turned away. Because they didn't do any kind of diagnostics, what they didn't know was that he had an abscess, Staph aureus, growing on his spine. And they only discovered it when it put so much pressure on his spine that he was paralyzed from the waist down. And so he had surgery a few days later. He had 42 staples running down the back of his spine. And then he had to rehabilitate and learn how to walk again. So post-surgery, he was heavily addicted to hydromorphone because of the, because of the very intense surgery that he had. And in Alberta, in the hospital that he was in, they were really good with the harm reduction measures. They gave him sterile supplies so that he could inject the hydromorphone in the method which was the method that he chose to consume it. And after a few months there, he did come here, and he was admitted to the hospital here in St. John. And I'm so fortunate he had very compassionate physicians taking care of him here, and he was prescribed Cadian, even though, it was kind of to the point where he could have been weaned off of the opiates and, tapered down to, and then managed in a different way. But the physicians recognized that he had a lot of other things going on, and he needed to rehabilitate. He needed, his whole world had changed, and adding in opiate withdrawal to that would really, wasn't what he needed at the time. So he was prescribed Cadian, which is one of the examples of safe supply that some advocacy groups are now advocating for. So I'm really grateful for that. Again, this experience for me as a healthcare worker, I thought we really have to do better for patients. We have to serve people, and we have to treat them like they're people, and not see the substance use and try to treat the substance use when they're presenting to us for something else, and treat them like people. So I joined Mom Stop the Harm, and we advocate for harm reduction in all provinces, decriminalization of people who use drugs, because the criminalization keeps people using in secret and makes creates an environment where there's no trust between the person and their care providers. We advocate for a safe, regulated supply, evidence-based changes to drug policy and treatment programs, upstream prevention, meaningful inclusion of people with lived and living experience and their families in all decisions that affect them, and an end to stigma, because stigma is a bigger killer than the substances are. And then we also provide support and education for families. Our families face many challenges. We're navigating a fragmented system that is difficult to navigate. Even, for me, trying to navigate the healthcare system that I've worked in my, half of my life, it was really, really challenging. We're socially isolated because of the stigma associated with the substance use. I didn't have anyone to talk to. I didn't tell my family. I didn't tell my close friends. And so it was really difficult to kind of go through this alone. caring for our loved ones puts a burden on families. And not only just caring for our loved ones, we have, as Sarah had mentioned, we have a lot of families who are raising their grandchildren, and that puts an economic strain on people, and it really takes a toll on our physical and mental health. And then an economic strain of, and then coping with ongoing grief and trauma, because we have our own grief and we have our own trauma. And I had forgotten to mention, you're going to see Petra Schultz's name at the bottom of some of my slides. She's one of our co-founders at Mom Stop the Harm, and she very graciously helped me get started and kind of mentored me into advocacy. And so I do have, I've given her credit for some of her slides that I've stolen from her slide decks. So just a few examples of some actions that we have taken with Mom Stop the Harm. So the Sunday before Mother's Day is Bereaved Mother's Day. It's an international designated day for mothers who have either lost a child, or their children are struggling, or they're estranged from their children, or women who want to have children and they aren't able to. And so on Bereaved Mother's Day of 2022, we mailed 1,000 packages of poppies to the Prime Minister's office. And basically to send the message, we need a safe supply now. And poppy seeds represent a safe supply of opiates. And so we mailed these packages from all across the country. So they were postmarked from every province, and we mailed them in a way that they arrived at the Prime Minister's office in time for Bereaved Mother's Day. And I also learned that if you mail something to the Prime Minister, or your MP for that matter, you don't need postage. You can just mail it, and it gets there. These are some of the actions that we took, or that we recommended for our members last year for what we're now calling International Toxic Drug Poisoning Day. And the reason we've kind of shifted to a different name is because overdose kind of insinuates that the person took a substance on purpose, when the reality is that the drug supply is toxic and people don't know what they're taking, and that's why our loved ones are dying. The pictures on the right are our event that we had here in St. John, and it was very, very rainy. And despite the rain, we had a pretty good turnout. And we're starting to talk about our event this year and looking forward to it. We've also developed a paper petition to the Government of Canada, and this is kind of an ongoing petition. So we have developed it, and every time you get 25 signatures on a petition and send it to your MP, then they are obligated to read it when they're in Parliament. So we've been seeing these come up over and over with different members across the country. In order to support our families, we started Holding Hope and Healing Hearts groups. And so Holding Hope is it's a peer-led support group for families with loved ones who are struggling with substance use. And our Healing Hearts groups are for families who have lost someone to the toxic drug poisoning crisis. We have a group here locally for Holding Hope, and we meet virtually every other week, and we also meet in person. So it's a hybrid group, and so you can join it in person here in St. John, or you can join by Zoom. And I'll have some contact information at the end if anybody would like to join our group. And then some of the education that we provide for families. These are, we hold these Holding Hope Connects webinars, and we just had one that was excellent. It was and we hold them on a regular basis, and so you can find them if you go to our website and look under events. Then we always have these posted, and they're really good. So let's talk about youth and what kind of how we got to where we are with youth and substance use. And so this is kind of the traditional abstinence-based messaging approach that we grew up with. Sorry, I'm lumping all of you guys in with me. I grew up with, potentially most people grew up with that are here on the call. And so, remember, this is your brain, and this is your brain on drugs. And the commercial about, parents who use drugs have children who use drugs. Of course, Nancy Reagan's message of just say no. And then the DARE program, which, my children all went through in elementary school in grade 5. And the messaging was always drugs are bad. They lead to poor outcomes. They will kill you. And no messaging whatsoever about any of the benefits of substances. And, I think that's where we failed with these abstinence-based messages, is because as soon as people try a substance for the first time and they're like, wait a minute, actually, this feels pretty good. And then, we have that, they're like, maybe everybody was lying to me, and so we lose credibility when we provide this abstinence-only message. And so, most people here that grew up with this messaging, this I pulled out of our brochure. This is the reality. So we have youth report using 20% of youth use cannabis, cocaine, crack, ecstasy, speed, methamphetamine, hallucinogens, and heroin. And youth have the highest rate of substance use disorder, 11.9%. I saw another statistic where Canadian youth are the highest consumers of cannabis in the world compared to youth in other jurisdictions. So our messaging isn't working, and why is that? We're telling youth don't use drugs, but they are. And so what message are they getting that message? And I think, the point I want to make in my next few slides is they're not getting that messaging consistently. So they get that messaging in school, maybe at home we're saying don't use drugs, but what are they actually seeing in the community? And so these next few slides are not intended to pass judgment on anybody. This is commentary on our society and how our society views substance use. And I think it's important to, kind of draw a line between how we feel about regulated substances versus how we feel about unregulated substances, which would be like the illicit drug supply. And as far as regulated substances go, most Canadians do not have an issue with it. So 3 in 4 Canadians drink alcohol. It's a little bit higher for men. Youth aged 20 to 24 are the most likely to drink alcohol. And the concerning part of that is that there's almost 5 million people in Canada who reported at least one alcohol-related harm in the past year due to their alcohol use. And so that could be maybe they have memory loss from a night of heavy drinking. Maybe they had to take a drink in the morning to get started after a night of heavy drinking. Maybe they started drinking and they couldn't stop until, and then they ended up drinking too much. Maybe they missed work because of alcohol. And so, we have as a society, we really need to confront our relationship with alcohol if we're going to provide that consistent messaging to our youth that, drugs are harmful. And there is a less harmful way to consume substances, and there's a harmful way to consume substances, and we have to be consistent with what we're showing. Canadian households spent as much money on alcohol in 2019 as they did on furniture. And this statistic is from 2020 to 2021, roughly 10 drinks per person of legal drinking age were sold in Canada. And school fundraisers, this one is, for me, the biggest issue that I have with kind of that dichotomy of don't use drugs, but by the way, adults love it, is that my daughter's school had a fundraiser last fall for SafeGrad. And again, passing no judgment, they're trying to raise money. SafeGrad is a wonderful initiative to try to keep kids safe, as because before SafeGrad, we know that kids died a lot due to alcohol-related harms on graduation night. And so they started this initiative, SafeGrad, where it's an abstinence-based program. Kids go, they stay up all night, they have all kinds of fun, alcohol-free. But my daughter's school had a fundraiser that was called Bar in a Box. And so the parents who organized this fundraiser, they, bought a bunch of alcohol, all different kinds. It was before Christmas, so it was like, get ready for your Christmas parties. They sold tickets. It was the most successful school fundraiser of the year. And so because it was so successful, they had another fundraiser. They have another one going on right now. And I think it's more geared to maybe gift certificates from NB Liquor that will, that a parent can use to then purchase their own alcohol. But, what kind of messaging is this giving our kids? It's they're basically that we love to drink. We as Canadians, we love alcohol. And, so we really have to be, we have to shift from that kind of message. And mommy wine culture is another example. We see all of these memes and this, we see this in social media and in practice. And it started as, kind of a solidarity thing. And the reason it started is, it's a good thing. It's a message that motherhood is hard, and we need to have solidarity, and we need to kind of normalize that sometimes moms need to unwind and moms need a coping mechanism, and that's okay. But what mommy wine culture actually does is it glorifies excessive drinking, and it minimizes the health concerns of overconsumption of alcohol. And as we saw in that, that commercial of, I learned it from watching you. Watching parents use alcohol to cope with stress encourages kids to model that same behavior. When the Canadian Centre of Substance Use and Addiction released their report in January 2023 that I'm sure everybody has seen, it really caused quite a stir in among Canadians because, again, we as a society, we love our alcohol. What the report did have, which I really appreciated, was it has harm reduction measures for and recommendations for how people can drink less. And these are the kinds of messaging that we should be giving our kids. We don't want you to drink, but if you do, drink slowly, drink water in between drinks, choose non-alcoholic or low alcohol drinks if you are, if you feel self-conscious. That's the kind of messaging that we could all benefit from. A poll that was released shortly after the guidelines came out, 73% of Canadians reported that they're unlikely to change their drinking habits based on the guidelines, which is staggering to me because the guidelines are terrifying. If anybody's read them, it's frightening. The health concerns that alcohol causes, and it's not saying you can't drink. It's saying you should consider consuming less alcohol because your health is going to benefit. So let's talk about prescription drugs. This is a US study. Oh, sorry, there is a Canadian statistic there. So 65% of Canadian adults aged 40 to 79 are on at least one prescription in the last 30 days, and 18% use 5 or more. And prescription drugs, I mean, it's been revolutionary to our healthcare. We have this wonderful, the best healthcare system in the world in North America that, we have the ability to treat people with all of these medications. And the reality is, and this is an estimate, the United States, a lot of the data comes out of the States, but the United States consumes about 3/4 of the world's prescription drugs, even though they're about 5% of the world's population. And the amount of money that we spend on prescription drugs, it's a lot. It's a lot per person. And so we've come to rely on prescription drugs. And so, again, it's kind of that messaging piece where we don't want our kids to use drugs, but we use drugs. We use them all the time. We use them every day. At least, 66% of us do. And then, with prescription stimulants is, I guess, the most concerning part of that. So about 8% of our teenagers are prescribed stimulants. And the reason they're prescribed stimulants, which I think is, the part that doesn't quite sit right with me, is that, the highest numbers are amongst our youth. So youth ages 15 to 19 and young adults aged 20 to 24. And I guess I'll flip to the next slide where it talks about the 8%. 16% report non-medical use by the age of 18. And 43% of adolescent medical users of prescription stimulants have also used them non-medically. And so the reason we're prescribing our kids so many stimulants is so that they can have better outcomes in school. And I think our society really would benefit from shifting to a more holistic view of what school should look like for our children, because we're prescribing them to them, but then they're becoming dependent on them. They're using them non-medically because they do, evidently produce a kind of a high that is pleasing to people like my son. And so the risk of developing substance use disorder for stimulant use is increased for our youth. And then what we saw during the pandemic is we had a whole bunch of adults being diagnosed with ADHD, and not just adults. I mean, teenagers. So prescriptions went up for our youth as well. And I'm not sure what the reason is for that, except that we were learning differently, we were engaging in work differently, we were exercising differently, we were further disconnected, and so all of those things were contributing factors to this increase in prescription Adderall, and the pharmacies in the United States saw shortages of that because of the increase in people who are prescribed stimulants. So let's look at what has worked with regards to harm reduction and what hasn't. So obviously our abstinence-based messaging is not effective. We've seen an increase in prescriptions for mental health conditions. So we've seen increased prescription for depression, increased prescriptions for anxiety. Our kids are on a lot of prescriptions. They're taking a lot of drugs now, and the message that we're giving them is, if you feel bad, we're going to give you a pill and it's going to make you feel better. But then, when you take a pill later in life, we don't want you to do that. And so we really need to provide more support for kids, more support for families, to come up with some more wraparound supportive ways to deal with some of these mental health conditions. And I'm not saying that every mental health condition can be solved by more exercise and more sleep and more fresh air, but I think that we don't do a really good job of supporting families with providing that for their children. Mental health counseling in New Brunswick is two-tiered. So those who can afford private care have access, and those who don't could face waiting lists. And it's very there are a lot of barriers to mental health counseling. Like Sarah had mentioned about the if you miss your appointment, then you're not here again until we can fit you in again, maybe in 6 weeks. And so we have to kind of break down some of those barriers for people because they need access to support. Throughout the pandemic, we saw an increased disconnection, which led to an increase in depression, an increase in mental health conditions, and an increased need for support. So when we want to talk about regulation, alcohol, we have a legal drinking age for alcohol, and a lot of jurisdictions in Canada raised the legal drinking age from 18 to 19, and it showed a lot of positive results. So, excuse me. And there's actually a study that came out in 2014 that suggested that if they were to raise the minimum legal drinking age from 18 to 19 in the 3 jurisdictions in Canada that still have an age of 18, that it could potentially save 7 males, 7 18-year-old males every year. And so looking at that impact that regulation has on alcohol use is really important. And then, the Cannabis Act. So as I mentioned before, whoops, sorry. Okay, sorry. Canadian youth are the world's most prevalent and the youngest cannabis consumers in the world. And so one objective of the Cannabis Act is to restrict young people's access and enticement to use cannabis. And so an early study, I know there's other factors involved when you're looking at post-pandemic or mid-pandemic data, but an early study showed that from 2020 to 2021, there was a decrease by about 7% of cannabis use in youth ages 16 to 19. And so in 2020, it was 44% of youth ages 16 to 19 were using cannabis. And in 2021, it went down to 37%. So with regulation, we need to protect our children. And so I added this slide in this morning because this comes from a study that was published on Monday in the States. And it shows, I don't know if you can, if those numbers are too small for you to see, but we saw a 3-fold increase in pediatric deaths from fentanyl from 2018 to 2021, and a 6-fold increase among children younger than 5. So in the United States, 93 children aged 1 to 4 died from a fentanyl overdose, and 40 infants. I talked to a mom recently who was here in Canada, and she lost her 17-year-old grandchild to a fentanyl poisoning. And, this is staggering. This just about knocked me off my chair when I saw this statistic. In the United States in the 1970s, they introduced the Poison Prevention Act, so that poisonous substances were had to be in hard to open childproof packaging, and that is now the standard for any regulated medication, any regulated poison, and it's under the Food and Drug Act, or the I think that's what it's called in Canada. And illicit substances don't fall under any kind of regulation, and we can't really advocate to the black market business people to put their substances in safe packaging so that our children don't die. And so this is something that I see really needs to happen. So what we see is, teens don't want the abstinence-based messaging. They want harm reduction messaging. They want actual, actual data, actual effects of drugs, the good and the bad. They don't just want the ugly. Abstinence-based messaging has been ineffective for drug education, the same as it was for sex education. And so, when a lot of us grew up, it was don't have sex and then you won't get STDs or you won't have teenage pregnancy. Whereas now we tell our kids, okay, these are the risks and this is how to keep yourself safe. And so we really have to shift our drug education to a similar approach. And so the messaging that we need to provide, we have to discourage them to use. We don't want them to use. We want their brains to develop appropriately. We want them to, grow into their adult brain without disrupting that using with substances. So we do have to discourage their use, but and set clear expectations and boundaries in the home and all of those sort of things. We have to stay engaged with them, because the further disconnected they become, the greater the chances that they're going to become peer-oriented rather than parent-oriented or adult-oriented. And so if all of their if the majority of their approval is being sought from peers, there's a higher risk of them becoming engaged in substances, rather than if their approval is sought from parents or from other caregivers. And then we have to model good behavior. So we have to model for them, appropriate substance use, and what is harmful, what is not harmful, what's safe, and what isn't. Safety absolutely has to come first. And so we have to provide factual education. So we need to introduce them to harm reduction. We have to talk about the types of substances and what the effects are and the side effects are, and what the benefits and the harms. Our kids need they need guidance on how to handle peer and social situations. And I know growing up as a young adult, it was really uncomfortable if you were the only person in the room who wasn't drinking alcohol. I don't know how many times I would give in to that peer pressure because people would start to speculate that maybe I was pregnant. And, that kind of thing, we have to move away from that. We have to get rid of that, that peer pressure and just allow people the right to their body autonomy. If I don't want to drink, that's, my personal choice. And I shouldn't have to feel pressured because people are going to start prying into my personal life. And we have to give them, information on substance use and mental health and tools to deal with mental health issues as they come up. It's important to recognize that harm reduction is a continuum. It doesn't have to be abstinence. They can use less harmful substances. They can use in less harmful ways and less often. But it's so important for us to tell our youth to never use alone. That is the most dangerous situation that they can be in. The Foundry in BC has published a guide. It's called Parents Like Us, and it's written by parents for parents. And it's a wonderful guide for any parents who are looking for help with dealing with their teen who has substance use disorder. And so some of the advice that comes out of this, when your young person is using, lock up your medications, try to stay connected. And an important part of connection is, sometimes you have to really make an effort to keep connection in every conversation and make that the forefront of your intention when you have a conversation with your youth, and don't, you don't have to always talk about the things that don't matter. Sometimes you do have to talk about the things that don't matter, but always try to keep that connection in mind. Get help from resources that you have, around you. Especially if you're navigating the mental health system and the legal system, because those things are not intuitive. And then recognize and acknowledge that you don't have all the answers, and that's okay. And it's okay if your young person knows that you don't have all the answers. Like, that's okay. Having an open dialogue with your young person about safety and not using alone, getting the drugs checked, knowing what you're taking, those things are of paramount importance if you want to keep your young person alive. And then, of course, naloxone, provide them with safe sex and harm reduction supplies and talk about medical options. And, it makes us really uncomfortable as parents to think about our children using substances. But with the amount of parents that I've talked to who have lost their children, I think it's really important that we move beyond that discomfort and we have these real conversations with our kids, because most of us, I would say, probably all of us, would much rather have this conversation, this really uncomfortable conversation, than have to bury our children. And so some lessons that I have learned through my experience, support doesn't mean fixing. And, we always have this tendency as parents that we have to fix the situation. But what I learned was, if I think that I can change him, then that's putting a condition on my love for him. And I really can't love someone fully and unconditionally if I think I can change them. It's really important to pick your battles. I don't know how many times we fought about the toilet seat being left up or the dishwasher not being unloaded, and contributing to the household is an important thing to teach your kids, but it's really sometimes not worth having that conflict when you've got really bigger issues that are going on, and it only drives a further wedge between you and your loved one. Understanding the why. I remember walking with Albert through Calgary, and when I finally dropped that guard and finally thought, okay, I need to reach him, I need to be connected to him, and I just asked him to show me, okay, tell me why you love this, show me what you do, show me how this makes a difference to you and why you want to be here. And that, really solidified our connection, and gave him that safe place to really connect with me, which was a person outside of his world that he was living in. And, that's what people need. They need someone that can help them connect when they're ready to connect, ready to get those social supports, someone that really is on their side. Learn mental health first aid. So I remember when he was a teenager, and I didn't know what to do when he would have a mental episode, or, he'd have a breakdown and he was depressed. And I remember standing outside his bedroom door and listening to him cry and thinking, feeling helpless and not knowing what to do. And so now, we have a lot of, there's mental health first aid programs available. And it not only in your family is this going to make an impact, but in the community, just understanding and being able to respond to people who are in a mental health crisis. I think it's as important as knowing CPR. The best advice I ever got was from a mom who, and it was through a TED Talk, she had lost her child to suicide. And she said the biggest thing, the best advice she could give to a parent, and it really has been the best advice for me, was ask your child how they're doing and then shut up and listen. We have this tendency to try to correct, to try to, redirect the conversation into something more positive. If your child says, I'm ugly and everybody hates me, we always counter that with, no, you're not. Everybody loves you. But we really need to validate how they're feeling and take the time to listen to them. Remember why you love them. It's really hard in that moment to when you hate the behavior, to remember why you love them. And, I had a counselor tell me, look at his baby pictures, look at the child that he was, because he's still that person. And the behavior doesn't define who he is. And so that's really important when you're trying to navigate this, this really, really difficult time. And then self-care. It's so important to be kind to yourself and do the things that matter to you. And at the end of our Holding Hope support group, every time my co-facilitator always asks, what are you going to do this week to make yourself smile? What are you going to do for you that's going to make you smile? And that's so important when we're dealing with our loved ones. Don't forget to protect other family relationships, because, we see the breakdown of marriages. We see children who are kind of ostracized from the rest of the family because they don't want to deal with their siblings and they're upset with the way that their parents deal with it. So make sure that you protect those other relationships. And finally, find a support group. I didn't have anyone to talk to when I was going through this. And so that was one of my biggest reasons why I started, became a facilitator for Holding Hope, because I don't think that families should have to go through this alone. And what can communities do? So we need to demand access to evidence-based treatment. We have to focus on voluntary treatment rather than involuntary treatment, because there's all kinds of evidence to show that involuntary treatment is ineffective, and it actually increases the risk of relapse and death. Support local and provincial harm reduction initiatives. We have to provide support for other groups. And we have to look at the underlying causes of substance use and support prevention measures. And then I would add to this, we need to confront our own relationship with substances and kind of make that distinguish between, because we have substances that we think are morally correct, and that's the ones that are regulated, and the ones that are morally incorrect, which is the more dangerous, the illicit drug supply. So we have to be take a real hard look at ourselves and why we feel the way we do about those things. And then, of course, be open, kind, and generous, and not discriminated against people that, maybe we can't relate to, or maybe we discriminated against them because we can relate to them and we're judging them. So we have to be really careful there in order to support people. And so where is Albert now? So Albert, after he recovered and he was able to walk again, he wanted to go back to Ontario. And using that philosophy of I can't love him if I think I can change him, I drove him to Ontario. We made it a family vacation. I dropped him off. He went to the street. He was walking with a cane still, and he injected not long after he got there. and he ended up back in the emergency room. And he needed me to advocate for him because they weren't taking him seriously. You know, they didn't even believe that he had just had back surgery and that he was paralyzed. They, you know, wanted to just turn him away. And so he did get admitted. He was put on antibiotics again in case the infection was coming back. And that's when he decided, okay, I can't continue this life if I continue to use substances, and I need to, I want to play music. I love music, and that's my greatest passion. And so he stopped using intravenously and detoxed in the hospital, which was really the best possible place for him to do that. And then over time, he gradually, he's on a path of wellness. And so he had treatments for Hep C. So he gave up alcohol and realized, oh, you know what, I actually really feel better without having alcohol. So he quit smoking. And, you know, and then he gradually gave up the substances that were harmful to him. And so abstinence doesn't have to be the goal for everybody. As long as everybody is on a journey to wellness, then, you know, you're as long as you feel better tomorrow than you did today, and you're working towards that, then I think that's the best possible outcome for anybody. And he's actually my biggest fan. He's wearing a Mom Stop the Harm t-shirt, and he has a Mom Stop the Harm bumper sticker on the back of his car. And I should have mentioned ahead of time that I share his story with permission. He's very supportive of the work that that I do with Mom Stop the Harm. And this is my contact information. If anybody is interested in connecting, if you want to check out Mom Stop the Harm, I've got our websites and our social media handles listed there. And of course, if you have a loved one who's struggling, or you've lost a loved one, and you want to reach out to our Holding Hope or Healing Hearts support groups, then I encourage you to do so. And thank you.
Hey, Emily, it's Sarah. I get to be the Q&A person. Thank you so much to you and your family for sharing heart-wrenching and beautiful story, and very powerful, and lots of love in the chat to you, and thank you for sharing that. Are you okay to take a couple questions?
Yeah, sure.
I have one too, but I'm going to let other people, I'm going to open the space to others. But so Shmuel is back again, and he actually, pardon me, I actually don't know if his pronouns or their pronouns, but talking about Mom Stop the Harm, and just can you expand on what the organization is doing around reducing social disparities and improving the social and mental well-being of young people from poor families?
So we're primarily an advocacy organization, but we do have a lot of members who are doing some work with youth. We have a lot of people who work with youth, especially in BC, and a lot of partners with other organizations there. And so I don't know all of it, because we're such a large organization. I don't know all of the things that we do. I know we have projects for men in the trades. We have moms who are advocating for children who are involved in the criminal justice system. And we do have people in youth, but our focus isn't on poverty, because you know, we have families through every economic background, and every kind of racial background, every sector, because the toxic drug supply doesn't discriminate, and mental health concerns don't discriminate. And so, you know, we focus more on the substance policy, the drug policy of at the federal level too, and provincial.
My question is actually around the prescription use of stimulants, because I am a glorified drug dealer myself. You know, write a lot of prescriptions, see a lot of patients. I get, you know, referrals as early as 23 months old for consideration of ADHD, which is bananas. Because if anybody's ever, like I said, been around kids or a toddler, aren't you supposed to have ADHD too? But anyways, so there's lots of data in our like medical system about if you don't treat ADHD, then people will seek to self-medicate. It's a chicken and an egg thing. Do you want to speak to that? And I ask that with humility, because I get lots of kids who come and say they want increases in their medication. Or like my favorite is when a teenager came right out of the gates and said, I think I have ADHD. I need 80 milligrams of Adderall. And I was like, I've never prescribed that to somebody I've diagnosed. And absolutely not. But we need to have a different conversation now. So yeah, your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, I can really only speak to my, from my own experience, and then from some of the research that I've done. But for me, we chose to not medicate him. And I've often thought, had we chosen a different route, had we medicated him, would that have changed the outcome? Would that have changed the outcome for him? And I don't know the answer to that, because I just don't know. But I do know that our society, our school system, our supports for parents, it's not built to deal with children with ADHD. And I think, that's the biggest issue that I see, is that we have a child who has a hyperactive disorder. They're not doing well in school, and our go-to is medication. And so, how do we build that support in, so that children have other outlets and other preventative measures, so that they're, not going that route? And so for us, we chose musical enrichment for him. And it really did work for a while, until he discovered stimulants on his own. And then it was, kind of game over. But he does also recognize, and as an adult, he had a prescription for Adderall. But he also recognized that he can't take it as prescribed, because he has that tendency towards overusing it. And so he's kind of set that boundary in place for himself.
Yeah, it's kind of fascinating, because of course I see kids who, it's much more acceptable to talk about ADHD in like a school age kid than, I mean, I think the world's opening up to adult ADHD. Maybe it's TikTok, I don't know, but like that conversation is much more open in the last even 2 years that I've seen in my career. And, the dad will come in with, when Tim Hortons changed the size of their coffee cups, and like would come in with this coffee cup that was like half the size of the child, and be like, no, there's no family history of ADHD. And I'm like, well, except it's 3 p.m. You are just dosing yourself with stimulant all day.
Socially acceptable stimulants.
Yeah. So I think it's an open conversation of, again, strengths and needs and that sort of thing. But all the research that I have read is that medication is one very small piece, and that if you're not doing the other behavioral piece, or the other sort of like stuff to kind of, and you use the word enrichment, which I don't usually use, but I like it, because it's just sort of like, it's, we talk about play therapy and art therapy and music, but then the behavioral piece needs to be there too. So yeah. And maybe you could speak more. I have one other question that I'm seeing, and I'm rambling now, but what about this 2-tiered system that, like, it's, we don't even have pharmacare, but at least we can access drugs for free, medications, prescription medications largely for free, but not psychology, not the behavior, not the creative arts, not the humanities, not the music always.
Yeah. So as far as the mental health system, I experienced this with one of my other children, where because I'm privileged to work in a job where I have, I have insurance coverage to cover a small number of appointments.
Right.
We sought counseling for them, and we also sought counseling through the school, through the ISD program. But because, and because I wanted to throw kind of every possible support that was available at my child, because having the experience with my oldest child, I I was afraid of what the outcome was going to be. And so I wanted to surround them with all of the support that I could possibly find. But there is, and I understand that there's, for all of the psychologists in the room, I understand that there is evidence that you really need, one person that you connect with, and it's hard when you're going between people and all of that. But basically, my child was kicked out of the ISD program because we were seeking support privately. And so that was difficult because then it put all the onus on me to make sure that I got them to their appointments rather than have them accessible at school, which, I like the ISD program. I think it has a lot of benefits, and that person can communicate with the school system to support the child. But then when, a child is struggling and they kind of get expelled from the program because their parent has private coverage, that's not really fair. And so that's speaking from my lens, but then speaking from a lens of somebody who doesn't have that private coverage, the cost is prohibitive to, for somebody who's living in poverty, or for someone who, even has a moderate income, because the sessions are $125 each. And so once you run out of your $500, even if you have insurance coverage, that cost is prohibitive when a child needs to go for counseling, a couple of times a week, or once a week, or even once a month. And so for me personally, I would like to see private counseling covered by Medicare.
Amen, sister.
Because then it would be available and accessible to everybody.
Right. It's really the unfinished business of Medicare, isn't it? Having all access to evidence-based medicines, but therapies and interventions of all kinds.
Yeah.
Lots of more comments, telling some lived experience in the chat about, that alternative. If you get one thing, you lose another, or like if you're going down one route, you lose another. The example that Holly gives here is around autism. Once you've been given a diagnosis, you're no longer eligible for the public paid system of speech therapy and OT, which I experience with my patients daily, multiple times a day. And then I think it's probably Heather, but Heather J, wondering how children with ADHD would benefit from outdoor education programs, which we've seen examples of in St. John, but then just due to funding models, again, creating an education two-tiered system without, full support, then we're not able to be sustained as an alternative environment, which may have been an opportunity for kids with, just who needed something different. Don't know if you have any comments about that, Emily.
My only comment there is, kind of just to add to what you said, our school system, there's a lot of evidence to show that smaller classrooms, have produce better outcomes for students with ADHD. Yet we see our classroom sizes creeping up. The teachers are, overwhelmed. They have a lot of things that they're trying to deal with. And so it's really not, and then just expecting someone to sit for 6 hours a day and pay attention, we really have to rethink the way we provide education to our kids, because if, in order to address the high school dropout rates, we're medicating them so that they stay in school. Is that the best thing to, or should we be thinking about the way that we're, providing that education so that kids can stay in school and they're engaged, and they can learn, the way that they're designed to learn, rather than the way that we want them to learn.
Right. And they're having that positive experience, to be able to move through their trajectory. Because I guess inclusion isn't us just like jamming a square peg into a round hole kind of thing. Anyway, I'll put a can of worms with that one. We should probably move on. There is a comment there in the chat by James that maybe you'd like to answer, Emily, when you have a second, and a few other little comments that maybe you'd be open to typing in. Sure. Randy, over to you, my friend. I feel like we're like news agents. Like, over to you, Randy.
Thanks, sir. More breaking news here. Well, thanks to you, and thanks very much to Emily. The chat room is full of comments and appreciation for your sharing and for the session we just concluded. Right now, we're moving into a panel discussion area where we'll talk about the impact of substance use, using and witnessing key perspectives. We're joined this afternoon by three panelists. Ambry Hicks, who has worked at Portage Atlantic for almost 22 years, initially for 3 years as the Quality Assurance Manager, 16 years as Intake and Admissions Counselor, and almost 3 years as Director of Portage's Cassidy Lake facility. Joining us as well is Doreen Michel, who is the French Content Coordinator at the Canadian Observatory for Homelessness. She's involved in several initiatives advocating for the rights of prisoners. And finally, Dr. Eric Weitzman from the University of New Brunswick here in St. John, who brings lived experiences to his teachings and his thoughts and observations on these subject matters. He's a frequent commentator on CBC, and we're lucky to have all three of them here today. They'll start off with some opening statements and then engage in a conversation. So with that, I'll turn it over to the panel and in the order that they choose to participate. Thank you.
All right. Well, so my name is Eric Wiseman. I'm an assistant professor at the University of New Brunswick here in St. John. I have a project lab there we call Ethno Lab, where we do different forms of what we call ethnography, which basically means writing about culture. But I specialize in a form of visual ethnography, which means we do a lot of photography and video work. And I've been doing that for about 28 years now, ever since I came back from rehabilitation for very serious substance use disorders. I identify as an addict, and I'll get to that in a minute. So some of the basic elements of me are, so like I said, I talk about being a lived experience scholar and doing visual ethnography, and I have been in recovery for about 28 years. I was one of those hopeless cases people looked at and felt that what some people call a worst case scenario. And the way that I ended up coming full circle is I'll share with you in a minute. It taught me a lot about the provisional nature of reducing harms for people like me who have very serious or severe substance use disorders. Currently, I work that experience into the courses that I teach. I teach a number of different courses, but in particular, I teach 2 courses on anti-criminology, which is a way of looking at things that are commonly considered deviant or criminal and how they come to be understood that way, and rethinking the criminal justice system in Canada. And I also teach a cannabis and society course, and we try to look at the lessons we've learned about decriminalization, legalization, and regulation of cannabis, and the way we might be able to apply that to other illicit materials and other behaviors. And I'm a very strong believer in harm reduction rather than abstinence or sobriety. I'll explain that in a minute too. I do a lot in our classes. We talk a lot about decriminalization and legalization of substances, sex work. And I do a lot of work addressing youth and young adult needs. And I honestly have always argued since about 2002, a guy named Barrick German at the Toronto Disaster Relief Committee was working on one of the films with me because he was an advocate for Tent City in Toronto. And he said housing is healthcare. And I never forgot that. And to me, in my experience, he's the first person who ever said that. And I think he should get the credit for it, because you can't have any form of harm reduction without proper housing. I think all of us agree. And I know later you're going to hear from some colleagues I have who are doing great work in that area. So me, yes, somebody mentioned earlier about the ACEs presentation we had yesterday, and I feel like an ACEs poster child. And I know that sounds, I'm not laughing at that. It's just that all of these analytical, clinical, prescriptive scripts, I seem to see myself in all of them. And I won't give you the whole story, but I will say that I had a very creative, but also a very and loving, but also an incredibly abusive father, and that was his pain and suffering, which he took out on me and some of my siblings. In my opinion, is incredibly intergenerational. He was a product of peasant Jews in Western Russia and Eastern Europe who were faced with the murders and rapes of the pogroms in the late 19th century. They came to Canada in the late 19th century, and they brought with them that mindset, that behavior, that I mean, their entire lives were governed by trauma. In fact, their lives here, when they moved to Toronto, were governed by incredible trauma. They were beaten. They were, I mean, the racism, anti-Semitism was pretty intense for them, and they did well in their lives, but they treated us in the ways they had learned. So just so you understand, he and I became very good friends later in life after I went through recovery. It was kind of like our recovery. I also had some other traumatic experiences. One of them was I drowned when I was 9. And it was actually, this is the traumatic part. I enjoyed, it was weird after the initial pain of drowning, the stinging and the weird sounds that you hear. I actually kind of, I'm writing a memoir and it starts with that experience of it was kind of a relief based on what was happening in the real world. And then they pulled me out and brought me right back. And the first person I had to explain to what happened was my father. And that was traumatic in a way. And I still think about it. So I think one of the key issues for me, understanding the work that I do and the reason that I do so much interpersonal work with people who have lived experience, the reason I focus on mental health, addictions, and housing is because we share this undercurrent of trauma and unresolved trauma. At least mine was unresolved until I reached a bottom that nearly killed me. So just so you understand, some people are concerned about the use of the word addict. For me, it's just a simpler way for me to understand who I am. I have all 11 of the criteria. And I think there are many that I could add that aren't on here. My life went into a very serious spiral as I got older. And that wasn't just about my using, but the role I played in the illegal drug world adds a certain number of criteria. I mean, it should say, for example, went to great lengths and criminal behaviors to ensure that you and your friends had a constant access to an obscene amount of drugs. I mean, it's just hard for me to see it as merely just a medical condition. So when I look at the different levels of SUD, severe is literally what I was. And so I just use the word addict. It's easier than, to me, that's addiction. That level is addiction. So that's what I use personally. However, I respect everybody else's use of it. In my classes, we teach this very clearly. So long story short, when I finished school in the 80s, everybody was partying. It was 1979, 1980. I did very well at university, but I was using and drinking every day. So I was drinking about a 26er a day and doing coke, and I basically started getting high in 1977 and came down in 1996 because I had to. But I abandoned my career at U of T to get more and more into the drug world because I was selling it. And it was like I said, the 1980s, I lived on Queen Street in Toronto. Things were very intense and it's pretty hard. It was very intoxicating. And just again, fast forward, started off was a bright-eyed, happy kid going to university. And by 1988, I had drugged myself out of my PhD, all of my businesses by 1990. And I weighed about 128 pounds. I was drinking 40 ounces of liquor. The only money I had was money I generated from drug dealing. I owed every drug dealer I knew intense amounts of money. I was consuming between 1 and 7 grams of coke a day. I didn't shoot, like I wasn't into needles. They scared the heck out of me, which is why I'm still alive. Because I did heroin to come down very often. At night, it was so bizarre at the end. By 1995 at night, I was taking literally uncounted handfuls of Tylenol to kill the nasal pain because I like burned out all this is replaced. I have no septum. The pain at night from doing that much cocaine was intense, but I couldn't stop doing it. So I would take this handful of Tylenol, then I would smoke 2 huge joints. And I share this with my students so they understand what severe use looks like in some cases. Then to fall asleep, I would have to do 2 small lines of coke just to numb out the pain in my nose. I don't know, that to me, that's where I was. So there wasn't much around that we didn't do or I didn't do, and I did it on my own. I did it to be with people. I did it to have relationships. I severed certain relationships. It was really problematic. And one morning in 1995, after a friend of mine had been murdered, I was lying in bed waiting for these drug dealers I knew to come kill me. I'm not making this up. It's so cliche, you couldn't make up and be taken seriously. And I heard footsteps coming into my welfare supported studio that I was being evicted from again. And I smelled perfume, not cologne. I was expecting this guy, I knew his cologne, and I could smell it waft in when the door opened. And I turned around and looked up from the futon, which is something I found in the garbage and the only thing I owned. And I looked up and it was my sister who had been looking for me for about 4 months. And she just bawling her eyes out. And one of her tears fell down, landed on my cheek and on the varnished floor beside my head. And again, can't forget that because it was a pivotal moment. And she said, "You need help." And I said, "You're right." And so she connected me with a medical specialist. And I don't know why, after like 4 years of people trying to get me help, that was it. I was at that place they talk about, this bottom. I really couldn't go any lower. I wanted to die. I couldn't take my own life. My doctor felt that I was trying to accidentally kill my overdose, because I had overdosed several times unintentionally. Now I couldn't. Now my body was so toxic that the amounts that I could get my hand on, I couldn't. I could drink an entire bottle of liquor and not notice it. That's how bad I had become. So she found me, and I ended up going into rehab. So I went to a rehab, 3 different rehabs over a period of time. At the top is me when I went to rehab, weighing 128. The bottom is what I looked like just a few years earlier when I started my master's degree. So rehab, I learned all kinds of great things. I learned about the disease model. I learned about my triggers. I learned about ACEs. Well, they didn't call it ACEs then, but I did learn about how my unresolved traumas had led to a lot of my gratification-seeking behaviors. I learned about forgiving certain people. I learned about what real recovery looks like. I learned that harm reduction is about relationships. And one of the first relationships I had to remedy was the one that was most toxic to me, the one with my father. And he actually came and visited me and picked me up, and we ended up having a great conversation. I told him that he had screwed up my life, and he said, "You did that to me too, believe it or not." And then we had this incredible conversation about the harms we had done and the choices we had made. And we just decided to forgive each other, which is a tool that I had learned in rehab. And before he died, I was this go-to guy, and it felt good. But when I got back to Toronto, I started painting, and I started hanging out with folks in the city. And I'd been writing about losing home when I was in rehab, because that was something I never thought would happen to me. And I started making films with folks that I met on the streets in Toronto. And I became friends with the people who lived down at Tent City, some of you maybe remember. And we made a 10-year-long film about their lives, a series of films about living on the streets, about their addictions. They all had the same story as me. They'd all had completely screwed up family lives. They'd all had unresolved traumas. I'd never gone to jail. I don't know why I was never arrested. I should have been arrested 100 times. They had all spent, and I say they all, but people in my films had all spent considerable amounts of time incarcerated, all had addictions like mine, and all had unresolved traumas. And we just made this film together. It wasn't like I was a journalist or a documentarian, and I learned so much. And it was so awesome because the film ended up being exhibited in a gallery at the Royal Ontario Museum for a year, and somebody saw it. And after years of being rejected by universities, I was allowed to go back to Concordia, and I did my dissertation. Not allowed, they offered. I've never been there before. They said, "Yeah, we have a program for you." So I ended up having a chance to go back and redeem my identity as an academic, which I did in 2009. And so I graduated in 2014, and my dissertation won the CAGS Award that year for the distinguished dissertation. And I wrote 2 books out of it. One's called Dignity in Exile, which is part of the dissertation, which is a photo essay about life in a small shanty town in the United States, where again, everybody shared these similar experiences to the folks in Tent City, the folks I've done research by that point in 15 different cities. And we all just sort of related. It's a storytelling book. And then Tranquility on the Razor's Edge was my next one. So consistent themes that appear in my work are the role of lived experience, trauma, violence, betrayal. I asked myself, do we want to think about sobriety or managed use as harm reduction? For me, early on, it was about sobriety. I would love for people to have the supports and provisions. I was lucky. The Ontario government would have paid for me to go to rehab for 2 years more. They paid for an entire year, but I had up to 3 years coverage. These kinds of things don't exist anymore. And I had a family that fully supported me, and I had some tools and an education. So to impose the mantle of sobriety on people just isn't fair. I mean, I know I've come to recognize this. So some of the questions I've asked in my research are, what places do we need to build for people who use? Because everybody uses. Everybody uses something. It's crazy. There are legal things and the illegal things. That was mentioned very well in the last presentation. So do we need to build programs for folks who are not going to be able to mainstream? I asked myself this question. I asked my students, what the provisional nature of housing and recovery models look like. And I ask this, they think I'm joking, but aren't bars forms of managed consumption? So don't we actually as a society build managed consumption into all kinds of things that we do, whether it be sugar, nicotine, caffeine, or alcohol? We do. So a lot of the work that I'm doing these days is asking, what do these look like? And particularly at what kinds of housing forms can serve our needs to help, especially young people, but I can't imagine being able to reduce harm of any kind from the streets or from shelters or from any mixture of that or from insecure housing. There are people living in what they call stable housing, but in fact, they're enduring great stress, abuses, and other issues in the housing they're in. And we normalize all these discourses on struggle. And so that led us to our major project that we're working on right now, which is about post-secondary student homelessness. And we have 10 sites across Canada where we're doing interviews based on survey research that we had done to understand what students need, because and this might shock you, but about 110,000 students every day are experiencing some form of homelessness that gets in the way of their education. So that's every day in Canada. In the United States, the number is higher to closer to 5.5 million students. So we're doing this research. If you're interested, you can contact us at info@pssh.ca, and you can go to our website. The other research I'm doing right now is a film about understanding place attachment in New Brunswick called Seeing Home. And we're working on an important study, just started, assessing the medical experiences of patients living in homelessness in St. John. Some of you are part of that study, which will look at how the difficulties facing high acuity people with experiencing homelessness, accessing medical care, and vice versa, providing care. And I'm also doing a film with support of HDCSJ on frontliners, about frontline workers in Moncton and Fredericton and St. John, based on survey work and interview work we did across Canada with frontliners. One of the things that we found is that, harm reduction is about reducing harm, but and this was discussed last night as well at the get together. A lot of frontline workers are experiencing burnout and trauma because of the work that they do. And the work's gotten so hard and so difficult that in fact, like I said, it's all about relationships. So to be an effective provider of harm reduction or healthcare is to have a relationship with people, and that people leave that relationship and take stuff with them. And since COVID, it's gotten worse. And since the housing crisis, it's gotten worse. So this is a really vital but difficult field to be in. And we're trying to understand what that looks like a little bit here in St. John. So that's me. I hope I got it in 10 minutes. I'm not looking at the clock. And if you'd like to know more, I can send you a much fuller slide deck than this one.
Good afternoon, everyone. So Dr. Wiseman, you're a hard act to follow, so I will do my very best. So good afternoon, everyone. I want to extend a thank you to Kim Wilbur for inviting me as a panelist. I appreciate that very much. So for those of you that may not be familiar with Portage Atlantic is part of a national organization, Portage Canada. And at Portage Atlantic, we're located on 165 acres at Cassidy Lake, which is about 10 minutes outside of Norton, New Brunswick. And on a beautiful therapeutic setting. Basically, we offer youth between the ages of 14 to 21 inclusively an environment to work on the root causes of their addiction problems and to teach them how to live a healthy and positive life. The TC, or the therapeutic community as we call it, with support from the other youth in treatment who are in similar situations, are there to help their fellow peers regain their confidence and self-esteem. So we do offer a program that is adapted to the youth's needs, and the program can last up to 6 months in length. Throughout this process, the needs of the youth are reevaluated and adjusted according to their needs and the achievement of their goals. And once the residential phase is complete, youth are able to join a support group who will accompany them in achieving some of their goals while they're home in their environment after they've completed treatment. So aftercare and continuing care services help youth connect with their family and loved ones, and help build healthy social networks, and maintain a positive lifestyle after treatment. The youth's family and friends are also invited to participate in workshops and groups designed to meet their needs while supporting the young person's process while they're in treatment with us. And in addition to that, we also open up those groups to any family member, whether their young person is part of the Portage program or not. And with education at the Portage facility, we do offer a mandatory school program for youth, which is taught by certified teachers through the Department of Education. And the curriculum there is adapted to the needs of the youth to help them reach their academic goals. And for those youth that have completed school prior to entering treatment, we have a graduate program, we call it, for the grads, and that includes some physical education, some groups and meetings that they can attend, just to continue to work on themselves while they're in treatment, although they have finished the school component. The program, although we are a nonprofit organization, the 40 youth that we can have up to 40 youth from New Brunswick, and those beds are funded through the Department of Health and Public Safety. And we also, because we are Portage Atlantic, we do have youth from the other Atlantic provinces as well. And their beds are funded primarily through their respected provinces, whether it be through the Department of Health or Community Services, or what department that they're more involved with in their respective province. And we've also had youth from across Canada as well as other countries as well. So that's just a snapshot of the programs and services that we provide for the youth of New Brunswick. And I know that's less than 10 minutes.
Well, that's not bad at all. We've got lots of questions coming in already, and the first is a two-part question I'd offer to both of you. And that is, first, your thoughts on the dilemma faced when those using substances can't be assessed or assisted with mental health through emergency services or other crisis facilities without first attaining sobriety. And a follow-up piece is how the heck can frontline community members address this barrier when serving their clients? And I don't know who wants to take
Well, I can tell you really,
at that one first.
I can tell you guys are really, here's what happens when psychiatrists or psychiatry can't deal with people with substance addiction. I shared this with my students once or twice because some of them are quite resistant to progressive approaches, like low barrier approaches to helping people. So before I was able to get into rehab, they didn't know what to do with me, right? So they sent me to a psychiatrist, and I'll leave his name out of it because I didn't know he had a reputation for doing this to his patients with substance use disorder until years later. And I went to see him. I was like, I thought I had reached my bottom. Now they'd given me hope. So I was a couple of steps off, and I went to see the psychiatrist, told him my story. I gave him the long version of what you just heard because he wanted to hear the details. And then he turned to me and he said, Eric, I can't help you. Psychiatry can't help you. He said, your problems are so vast, psychiatry cannot help. I don't know what to do for you. And he let me out of his office. And I remember running down to the phone booth, because this is how long ago it was. I went to the phone booth, and this is a true story. I'll never forget these things. They're so real, you can't make this stuff up. And I called my sister, who was, like I said, the one still is a really close person to me, who had helped me get to this psychiatrist. And I called her and I said, Andrew, I don't know what to do except go out. And so, and I went out for days, just medicated, traded drugs and sex for places to stay, all that stuff. So that's what happens to some people when there's when the system doesn't know what to do, or the system doesn't provide that entry, when they can't link you to services because you have too much of a problem, or because you're actively using. That's what happened to me the first time. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I think part of I had mentioned that mental health first aid is something that every professional should have, especially those that are working in the ERs and emerge, because they're going to be typically the first ones to see people that are looking for help, and sometimes they are turned away, as Emily's son was. So I certainly think education is a big component, and I also think, unfortunately, in 2023, there's still the stigma of addictions and mental health, and oh, I don't know what more we can do, but we need to continue to do more to break down the stigma that's around addiction and mental health, and break those barriers down, because I often hear, I've never heard of Portage before. Well, no, you probably haven't if you haven't needed us, which is unfortunate, and that's another story. But we need to break down the stigma that surrounds addictions and mental health.
I noticed that Holly put down trauma-informed healthcare in the comment, and I was just going to say that one of the things that we've discovered in this frontline worker research is that, and I don't know what the statistics are, and Randy, I know we talked about this one day in your office, but especially in St. John, the majority of frontline workers that I've met have some experience of these issues themselves. So this is what leads sometimes to the experience of vicarious trauma, because people understand what it's like. They know when somebody leaves, a frontline worker, a social worker, a housing worker, they're going to know what's going on in that person's life because they might have gone through it themselves. Mm-hmm. And it's hard to live with that. I mean, we don't have that Sharks lens where we have that lens that protects us, that we can flip when things get bad. And so this is traumatic because people go home caring and not knowing what to do. It's worse in some ways than burnout. So yeah, I think that it's not just about having trauma-informed care. It's about having trauma-informed care across the board, because it can't just be the frontline workers and the social workers who have that sensitivity. It's too much of a burden.
Yep. Thank you both for that. The next question, I'd ask you to use a lens to pick up on Eric's range, but to use a lens of harm reduction through a youth lens. And that's this. This is our 5th annual symposium. We've been sounding the alarm each time we gather, and 5 years is not a long time, but I'd like to ask each of you, what changes, if any, have you observed in the scope or scale or impact of harm reduction for youth?
You can start. You seem to think that would be, I think I'd like to hear more about Portage before.
Sure. So what we've seen at Portage is, and I don't know if this has really been since the legalization perhaps of marijuana, but how many youth will use marijuana as a form of harm reduction, whether they're using another substance. And so we certainly have seen an increase in that. But even with the youth, I think there needs to be and we need to educate them on what harm reduction is, so that it's much easier to educate youth than it is to educate us adults on harm, on anything really, because they're more open to that. They're more open to change. They're more open to everything. So I think we need to educate youth on what harm reduction is, and obviously adults as well. But yeah, I do think we need to start there, educate youth on what harm reduction is and how we can make it work for them. I don't know if that answers the question.
No,
that was good. In the last 5 years, for instance, Stanbury, have you noticed anything changed in the way you have to deal with your folks, or any? The cannabis one is, I take that, yeah.
Well, last 5 years. I mean, yes, it's for one thing, it's more difficult, I find, to get them into detox if they need to be detoxed. And I've said for years, especially when I was an intake counselor, that New Brunswick is in desperate need of a youth detox. Instead of sending our young people to adult detoxes, we need to be able to send them to a youth detox. And I mean, that's certainly what we've noticed a lot at Portage is just being able to meet them where they're at. I guess meet the youth where they're at. That's the most important thing. You know, are they ready for long-term treatment at Portage? Are they not ready for long-term treatment at Portage? Sometimes parents, you know, you need to go to Portage. Well, maybe they're not there yet. But we need to work with them, whether it's to get them ready for Portage or maybe to assist them in community resources, whether it be ISD, the Child and Youth Team, other resources in the community like Youth Quest in Moncton. There's lots of community resources that are available. So if they're not ready for Portage, then let's find out what they're ready for and help them be where they're at that particular moment, and go from there.
Thank you. Eric, you want to try that one? 5 years, any changes?
Well, I can, let me go back 8 years, if you don't mind to explain, to set up to 5 years. 8 years ago, before I actually moved out here, I was doing some research for the COH at different youth shelters in Toronto area. And I remember going to several, and I was, they were new, like they're very progressive, they were modern. One was called the Peel, if I'm not mistaken, Peel Youth Shelter, and it was in a library, in a community center. And it was like, it'd been, all the 2 weeks that I was doing the field work was pretty depressing, going to family shelters that were in old motels and so, way out of the way shelters. They'd bought in a bunch of old motels in Mississauga, places which were desolate and where people had no access. And then I went to these youth shelters and a couple of youth transitional housing, and they were really great, man. They were like, people were upbeat. The physical plant, like the architecture, the design was brilliant. There were programs in place for people who needed programs. They had dialectical, they had DBT, and all, they had everything that you could want. And it seemed experimental, but it seemed hopeful. And the young people that were living there were not just hopeful, but they were engaged in all the different programs that were there. And it was part of the community. So it was in the middle of an apartment, there were like 10 apartment buildings around. It was, in every sense of the word, there was this, there in every sense, yeah, in every possible way, it was integrated in the community. So if there was a stigma, it would have to have come from an outside, which was hard to find because they were so inside, if you know what I mean. So that to me was, that reduces the harm. The beginning of harm reduction is the elimination of stigma against programs that are designed to reduce harm. So there are people who are against harm reduction, and then there are people who don't quite understand it. But if you can place harm reduction into a sort of normal discourse, that it's acceptable and it's good and it's the way we need to look at things, if people buy into it, then that will increase the effectiveness of it. And I think people in the last 5 years have really come to understand that we need prevention rather than intervention. We need them both, unfortunately, because we have to deal with people who are experiencing, people with lived experience currently, but we want to stop people from entering problematic lived experiences. And so the definition of what's problematic has changed in the last 5 years. It was very often that, you talked about detox and treatment, and you're talking about the recovery place I went to was completely sober based. They tested our urine every week. We went for a walk. They sometimes would test us. My argument is, and after doing all the work in the different tiny homes I've done all over the US, they're built as places to help people manage their consumption and to live in contexts where their behaviors are criminalized. So in fact, now we've changed some of the rules. We have wet shelters, and we have wet transitional housing. We have changed our definition of what harm reduction is. We now all believe in harm reduction, but now we're arguing over what form of harm reduction, right? And so even me, like I said, I would love for young people. And by the way, another thing about youth is that we have so many definitions of what youth are. So just so you know, the work I do, I'm on the board of Making the Shift, our definition, which is a youth prevention innovation lab. And I work with the Making the Shift Lived Experience Scholarship Group as their board liaison. And so our definition is, if I'm not mistaken, 17 to 25, but there are other definitions. So in that age group, what does harm reduction look like for well, you can't generalize anymore. For some people, like for me, if I didn't get sober, I wouldn't be here to be blowing a lot of hot air at you guys today. And for others, living with substance use, learning how to live with it takes it out of the disorder category. Because people do live with substances in their lives. We all do. So I think that's the biggest change, understanding, and youth coming to understand their behaviors in these larger contexts, because there's more information about it. When I was a teenager, when I was 17 to 25, there was no knowledge of this information. And now there's lots of it. So we can make better informed decisions.
Well, it sort of raises a question I put to both of you, which is, how do you integrate harm reduction approaches or supports into traditionally absence-based programs or systems? If we believe in harm reduction, if we're talking about it, but we're still confronting systems of abstinence, how do you introduce harm reduction?
Well, my personal opinion is that the changing of the DSM-5 in particular, their rephrasing of substance use disorder. And I know some of us just like to use the word substance use because that's what it is. To me, it's only disorderly when it literally leads to disorder, like to not just mismanagement, but to serious implications and problems for the individual. I don't think we need to interfere with someone's life if they're just smoking a little cannabis or, then again, I don't encourage people to do cocaine, but I've actually met people who can do it once a year. I don't get it. I don't understand it, but there's no intervention needed in that, but if there are people who are ending up in places like I ended up, or like people who might end up coming to your institute, I shouldn't say institution, but to your site, then we have to understand what the individual needs on an individual level. It's hard to provide services at an individual level, but that is there is no one size fits all, if I'm not mistaken. So.
Yes, and ultimately it comes down to, with Portage Atlantic, we have to start with educating our staff. We have to increase our knowledge when it comes to harm reduction. We have to evolve. We have to understand. We have to incorporate all this into our program. And again, it goes back to meeting the kids where they're at. If that's where they're at, then that's what we have to. That's where we have to be at too.
There's also a really huge problem for youth, and actually for anybody experiencing who has a history, perhaps even a record for substance use. Accessing medical care. I have so many people that I work with who are afraid to go to the hospital because of the way they're treated. The way they were in fact, a couple of our presenters today talked about what happens when young people go, or people with a history of using, for example, opiates go for treatment. They think it's drug-seeking behavior. The greatest irony to me is I told my students about this in our last lecture. I have a bad hip and a bad back, and I was driving out here, driving to Alberta, and I had a shot in my hip of cortisone. My leg was numb. I fell down. They couldn't tell if it was broken because my leg was numb. So they put me back into the emergency ward. I waited for 8 hours until the feeling came back to determine it wasn't broken because I couldn't get an x-ray. And I said to the doctor, I'm an addict in recovery, but I'm afraid when I get in the car tomorrow to drive to Alberta, my discs, which are bad, might start hurting. Can I get some, I wanted to get like Tylenol or something, the 400 milligram, that non-steroidal. They gave me 30 hydromorphone. Didn't ask. They said, here you go, take these. So they gave me a script for 30 hydromorphone, which is the drug my mother was on at the time to end her life from cancer. So, there's sometimes the behavior, sometimes when we seek help, even as adults, or we go to hospitals, sometimes the treatment doesn't match the doesn't match the need. And then sometimes people who really need help are turned away. So one of the first things that's going to be necessary for youth, because youth are people, doctors and some health professionals look down on us substance users when we're active. So that's the biggest barrier. We're afraid to get help because what we get is punitive behavior from other people. So that to me is a very important barrier that needs to be addressed.
100%.
Being a youth lens on these on this conversation, can you folks identify policy or program changes that would have the greatest impact? What do we have to start changing? Policies or programs?
I'm deferring to you.
What do we have,
I'm asking the
policies
question.
or programs?
Yeah, I mean, what changes would have the greatest impact?
I think we have to we have to change both our policies and our programs to make them more conducive to make them more conducive to the youth, to where they're at. And I mean, I liked what Emily had said earlier when she said society's go-to is often medication. I mean, one of the things, and that's something else we've seen a significant increase at Portage, has been the amount of medication that youth are prescribed before they come into treatment. I mean, it's astounding. And not just the amount of medication, but the high doses of some of the medication that they're coming in on. So I agree when she said it's society's go-to because it's a quick fix. One of the things that we at Portage, really strive for is to help the young people there learn like coping skills. So how they can cope with things without having to necessarily turn to those medications that they might be on or the doses that they're on. So it's okay to be a little anxious. I was a little anxious this morning. That's okay. It's okay to
We
be
had this
anxious.
conversation yesterday that, anxiety is part of life. Having
Exactly,
major anxiety
but
disorder is not.
they don't think it is. They think as soon as they're feeling anxious and something's wrong, and it's okay to be sad and depressed every once in a while. Again, that's normal too. But we've got a lot of, I keep using the term education, but we've got a lot of teaching to do. As far as, it's okay to have those feelings. I mean, we call Portage the house of feelings because that's ultimately that's sometimes what it comes down to, is if I'm feeling lonely or resentful or whatever, what tends to come out in a lot of cases is anger. So let's talk about what's behind the anger and get to those real feelings. And so it's breaking down their walls and their barriers that they've put up for so long because that's all they've known. And I don't think I'm answering the question at all here. I'm on a tangent.
It's funny. While you're doing this, I get to look at the comments while you're, and it's funny because I agree with every comment that's come out there. And so people are saying that, you need to ask the youth what they need. And that's literally what we're doing in our work on post-secondary work is we're asking students what they need and then taking that information, they're taking that information to policymakers. So that's really, we do have to ask the person what size shoe do they need, right? Yeah. Like, and what kind of shoe. But the other thing that I was thinking was it's kind of a catch-22. There are we know for a fact that there are so many youth who go through treatment or might go through through foster care and end up without any supports when they're out. So that's one group that we know what to do to help minimize the harms in their life. We have to provide the wraparound services and the housing that they need. And for other youth that we have to, I honestly feel like I'm a bit of an interventionist. I feel we need to have our communities more active in the lives of children, of youth who are becoming lost. And I don't know, it's difficult to do these days. Like some groups, some communities find that it's a form of interference. I remember when I was growing up that, if there was a youth who was struggling, people were okay to reach out to them. And I don't see that behavior anymore. Like we've left it up to professionals rather than communities. And I don't know how you rebuild that, but there are some places I've been where the community still lifts people up. And I honestly don't know how that's rebuilt. We're trying to rebuild that into spaces that are run professionally. So I think, we have to identify, it's like dealing with the issue of chronic homelessness. We can identify people once they enter the system. One of the best things we can do right now, given the tools that we have, is not abandon people when they enter especially youth, when they enter the youth systems that are available to them. We just don't carry them for a couple of years and then abandon them. Provide housing, provide services, things like that. I do think, by the way, I see a question. Do you think someone can use cannabis? And well, I have marked 12 essays on that question this year. I do believe cannabis psychosis is very easy to experience these days because of the toxicity of cannabis. Yeah. I don't think cannabis is addicting in the sense that opioids are addicting, at least physiologically speaking. But I was addicted to cannabis. For example, it was hard to quit smoke. Hardest thing I ever quit was cigarettes. But next to that was cannabis, because I used it every night to fall asleep, and it took me about 6 years to learn to fall asleep again. So depending on what definition of addiction you use, I would say that's the only answer I can give you. Yeah, I have neighbors who are self-medicating with cannabis rather than taking antidepressants, and they have to smoke their cannabis every 15 minutes. So to me, that's a detrimental behavior. I don't know who that is. Oh, it's Manal.
There are lots of questions in the chat, and it's pretty hard for me to follow them all, but we will get to as many as we can.
Okay.
To get you to turn your attention a bit down to our education system, and is there a role for them to play, or what role should they play in supporting a harm reduction program?
They should do what I do. They might get fired for it, but they should. I think we should be, honestly, I watched the news yesterday about some books that were banned in the United States, and I was going, oh my God, you guys are doing this in certain states, and by the time these kids are teenagers, they're going to be completely victimized and vulnerable to the simplest things. So yeah, no, I think the education system is where this begins. It's the second most important agent of socialization that there is. And if you're ever going to have intelligent conversations with people, classrooms are a place. And don't forget, we asked some of our students, who would you talk to when you were facing homelessness? And the teachers were the last ones they would talk to, because in most places, teachers they're afraid, students are very often afraid of mentioning their homelessness because they're afraid of not being advanced in programs, believe it or not. So it's a really big issue, but they will talk to teachers about other issues. And they see the classroom as a place where they are free to bring up challenging ideas. So I think the education system definitely has a role in providing the information in terms of outreach, in terms of facilitating conversations with students. Our school, for example, now this isn't a university, but our school offers services, and there's not we need to improve the services. We need more of them, but there are services for people to go talk about the issues they think they're facing. Now, anyone who's in any of these an education system right now knows that there's not a lot of money. Or sorry, I shouldn't say it, that the money doesn't seem to make it to these provision of these services, but we know which services we need. So I think, yeah, schools play an important role all the way up from K to 12.
I agree, Eric. I mean, where are kids the majority of the time is in school.
We hope.
So, well, we hope. Yes, we hope. Yes.
Amber, there's a question here that asks, what's available for youth to exceed the needs that Portage can offer? For example, youth who's violent or non-compliant.
Well, I know at Portage, we make a lot of effort to work with the youth, but yes, if their behavior is such that it's violent and we can't admit them or we can't keep them there, unfortunately there isn't much. I mean, one of the questions I had seen earlier that came up in chat is they were asking if youth can be sentenced to portage. Youth cannot be sentenced to portage. It is a voluntary program. So, but that's not to say that their motivation for coming to portage might be to stay out of the legal system or to stay out of jail. That may very well be their motivation to come, but they can't come unless they agree to come in on their own. And you know, certainly when I was doing intake, I would always, especially if I was going to you know, the Miramichi Youth Camp, as we call it now. At the time, it was the New Brunswick Youth Center, or for that matter, because of our ages, I would occasionally go to meet with a young man or a woman, whether it be at the St. John Regional Correctional Center or what have you. And, you know, I always made it very clear, if you're looking to do easy time, then stay here, because you know, at Portage you're going to be coming in and learning about yourself, and it's going to be probably one of the more difficult things that you've ever done. But if you're looking to get your life back on track, then we can help you with that. Of course, I don't think ever believed me, because what did I know? I was just another adult talking to them. But I mean, I don't even know where I was going with this. The
I can add a comment.
okay,
if you want.
please.
No, only because it's funny, because when I was in, I went to a place called Buena Vista on the Rito, which was the long-term rehabilitation facility. So you go to detox, then you go to treatment, then you go to Buena Vista. And it wasn't one of these Hollywood places. ODSP paid for it, but it was an amazing place to be. I had a roommate who had very serious, he had a psychiatric disorder, which was scary, but we got along, and there were 30 guys at a time in the house, and many of them had been remanded as part of their sentencing or pre-sentencing. And but there were youth there, so people you had to be 18. There were 18 to 60-year-olds there. But one of the rules was no violence and no threat of violence. And that was what they call an immediate 86. So if you threaten somebody, if you raise your hand, you were out. And it was for the safety of people who were there. And I remember, like, I was there, this is my second go at rehab. I'd already had a relapse on non-alcoholic beer and realized, excuse my language, holy fuck, I'm that person that they all talk about. So I went to, I told my doctor, I'm in a relapse, get me into rehab. And he got me in 3 months later. And I was very serious. This kid resented that. And he raised a ping pong racket at me and threatened to hit me. They kicked him out. He was 19 and he was addicted to crack. And I don't know if he ever made it back. So there are some places that are very strict rules about, this is a very traditional abstinence form of rehabilitation. So I think that you guys, I think in your position, you have very difficult decisions to make sometimes, but that was there, the decision was written in law.
And yes, we do sometimes have to make those difficult decisions. I mean, you know, we have to look at the safety and security of all the youth that are in treatment. Right. I know on Thursday night, I had a bit of an eye-opening experience when I went to see Dr. Jody Carrington speak at the Delta, and she talked about how, well, people, but youth in particular, when they get emotionally deregulated and how they'll go, you know, and the last thing that they need when they're in that moment of crisis is somebody being upset with them. And you know, look even at schools, how teachers will, you know, raise their voice, or parents will raise their voice, and that's the last thing that young child or teenager needs at that particular time. Mind you, that's often sometimes our go-to as perhaps a parent is to do that, but to get back to the question is what's available for youth if they're too violent. There's not much available as far as I know. I mean, they can if they're connected with a psychiatrist or someone that can assist them further, but I don't know if there's a lot of services, unfortunately.
Hmm.
There was a comment there from Annette Cormier that just came up, so I don't want to get out of your routine here, Randy, as you're going through the comments. But it's near and dear to my heart because she says, did you ever think that violence could be related to self-regulation or sensory processing? And do you have access to an occupational therapist in any of your program? And just my own anecdote as a pediatrician would be that I had no idea what an occupational therapist did until I was way too far into practice. And I mean, I won't get into it because I mean, I'm happy to talk about why I think there's overprescription of medications and why I think I'm guilty of it myself. But yeah, I think occupational therapists are, the coaches of activities of daily living and self-regulation and processing your environment is an activity of daily living. So interested in your thoughts. Thanks, Annette.
I find that interesting too, because I feel that if I had received a proper diagnosis when I was young, that much of the stuff that I went through would have been, if we had that knowledge back in the 1970s, and I think my experience would have turned out differently, because I know from more recent experiences that would have been a likely diagnosis, and that those kinds of, even not necessarily in treatment, I probably may not have made it to treatment if I had that self-knowledge, and if the medical profession knew how to treat people like me better. I remember being in a special class when I was in grade 6. Couldn't do math. It was too, I would get temper tantrums, but I could read at a university level. So I was in a special reading class. So there was something neurodivergent going on, but that I don't even think that was a term in 1977. So, so yeah, I think that's interesting. And in this context, that's a really good question for you.
We don't have an occupational therapist at Portage. Sometimes youth will come into treatment having been assigned one, or anything for that matter. So if they're connected with whatever service they're connected with when they come into Portage, they maintain that connection while there. So whether that be an occupational therapist or a psychiatrist or an orthodontist or whoever, they maintain that that connection with that professional while they're in treatment, whether that professional comes to Portage, whether we get them to that professional, whether it's virtual, but we do not have one on staff, no.
I think like a lot of us, if we could sit down and draw a map of all the things that we need, like the constellation, the prism of lenses that we need with the solution in the center, right? It's kind of there you go. There's my neurodivergent mind. You can tell that painting behind me is actually an essay that I'm writing, just so you know. I'm not even joking. It's the way I think things out. But if we actually had all the pieces together and put a dollar to it, and then we could build this thing, I'd be really hopeful. But I feel like we know the pieces, and we have a lot of different ways of looking, and we need to try these things on, but we can never bring the funding and the organization of these things together at one time. So we're constantly, I feel like we're constantly caught like treading against the current. So I think that there's an issue that we're not talking about right here, which is how do you pay for doing all the things we think or we know we should do? That's another issue. Definitely a barrier.
Any
Okay,
thoughts or
Andrew, I'll do
comments?
that.
Sorry. Any thoughts or comments either of you want to make on whether children should be prescribed methadone or Suboxone? That's something that's on your radar screen, or you have an opinion on?
So can I just verify what we mean by children? Do we know? Are we talking K to 12? Is that what we mean by children? Like pre-17?
Yeah, pick your definition and run with it.
I think if somebody, I'm going to use this word, don't take it the wrong way. Let's just use it because it's easier. If somebody has a serious addiction to opioids, I personally, as an individual, would love for them to get over that addiction to opioids because it's profound and it affects every cell in your body. So I don't come across many young people who have addiction. I've come across many children who have, and I mean children, who have addictions to alcohol. And I've met hundreds in the thousands of meetings that I've gone to. which is astonishing to me. And some of them have mentioned that it's not opioids, they do meth. And that's the differential association has led them towards that. So that's an interesting question. I think if we define it as a medical condition and need to treat it medically, then I don't see why methadone or other agonist therapies wouldn't be used. If the person can be identified as someone who has that severe substance use disorder, we want to try and manage that. We want to try to limit that. Then you have to use the existing and most ethical treatments that we have. And I think that's where we're at, is with anti-opioid agonist treatment. I think that there's another issue that no one's talking about here, right? We're talking about what can we do for the youth, and we're talking about youth who might be facing. The only person that really spoke to it directly was one of the presenters earlier. I mean, we have a toxic drug supply out there. One of the reasons I advocate so much in my class for safe supply now is I'm sick of people I know dying. I'm sick of my friends' children dying. When I used these guys, my friends died from ODing with heroin. We didn't have the opioid crisis then, but to this day, there are people who are accidentally overdosing at levels that no one could have possibly imagined, and that's because we need to regulate the supply, and we need to come down very hard on those who are supplying these dangerous drugs. I mean, it's a catch-22 again. So I think that's another. It's not just about what we do as advocates or what potential users do as youth. It's also about what the system needs to do to provide a safe. I really am for safe consumption. We know it's safer. We know it reduces death. And I am for safe supply, and I'm actually more for decriminalization than legalization, because legalization is really like a form of taxation, whereas decriminalization frees people to pursue the things they need without repercussions. So I think that's another part of the piece too, Randy.
Thanks, Eric. Amber, any opinion on that?
I mean, for me, if Suboxone or methadone is prescribed, properly prescribed for, an opioid or what have you, addiction, then that's something, I mean, at Portage, we're just starting to look at now. As far as how we can accommodate a youth coming in to treatment. And I mean, it's going to happen. But it creates some logistics for us just because of our location and that sort of thing. However, I think it has to be, I guess my concern is, adults being prescribed is one thing. How old is the youth? What's their previous drug history? Again, I don't like to put everyone and paint everyone with one brush. To me, it's a very individualized case.
Thank you. I guess a related question in the chat is, and maybe you've answered this or you can add something to this, but what do you think about some community health centers using hydromorphine several times a day as a form of harm reduction?
So do you remember that we had Nancy Henderson speak? I think it was last year. She came and spoke for us. Do you remember that, Randy?
No. I should, but I didn't, Eric. Remind me.
Okay, so Nancy Henderson was a friend of mine, colleague, who personal lived experience, nurse who was doing work on safe supply, and she started the research that was in Peterborough, and then got a major grant to look at the same kind of impacts across Canada, and that she was working with they were working with community partners to do exactly this, to provide opioid agonist therapy through community organizations, and it's been it was so successful that they got an additional, I won't say the amount, but a very large amount of money to pursue that on a larger scale. So there is great buy-in into that model. And individuals are more and I shouldn't say more likely, are more comfortable going into their community. Here they go, here people, I go to the pharmacy and there's this little cubicle where people have to go. And we're all students of body language. I wouldn't want to go if I needed that to, so here you have community organizations. In fact, you have clusters of community organizations that deal with individuals whose lives might be stigmatized in the so-called conventional world. So you have these spaces in the city where people hang out. They don't feel awful. They run into people they know. So the community provision of the material itself isn't just organizational. You have to think of it socially too. We're talking about spaces, urban spaces, where people congregate for a variety of their different needs. So to me, it's a great idea. I would totally support it. And I know Nancy's research would support it as well.
Hello?
There you go, Julie.
Is it working?
Yes, you're
You're
there.
on.
Okay, sorry. It's my name's Julie Gallant-Daigle. I used to work in community. I'm currently in the hospital working in maternal health, but I used to work in community with homeless and at-risk youth for 13 years. So I have a pretty extensive background working with the homeless population. I think I was just listening to you guys talk about harm prevention, and I always find it interesting because so many of the youth that I worked with were always so precariously housed, or they couldn't meet the guidelines or the rules and regulations that were required or warranted for them to reside where they were. So what makes me sad is for many years we've known that we need continuum of housing to meet the needs of youth,
Yep.
and we don't have them, right? So I'm just curious, kind of like what you guys are seeing. Like, I haven't been in the scene for 4 or 5 years now because I specifically work with maternal health at this point, but just like, is there a shift happening? Are people recognizing that we do need more than just like, this one stop, like, oh yeah, we'll put them in a group home, because the group homes aren't necessarily the answer, because you're housing kids who have serious drug addiction with violent behaviors. And then if they goof up, they get kicked out, and then there's no option for them to be rehoused. Like, we know housing first works, but we don't know how to do that with young people. And I guess
Well, I think
that's
you're
what
going to
worries
learn about
me.
that though later. I think, sorry to interrupt. I'm not sure what their presentation is, but I have some of our colleagues are going to be speaking about I think they're going to speak about their research on housing first and some other
Okay.
housing solutions. So that might be something you can hear, I guess, after we're done, they'll be talking about it. But I will tell you this, that when I did the research in Ontario before I came here, I was looking at continuum of care and different models, right? And they seem to be making great advances in terms of youth. Because there's such a great call for it, and there's a very strong public pressure to do so. And also they had CAS and CAF who were bringing in a lot of donors and bringing a lot of pressure on the government to do something about the growing problem with youth. And I totally agree with you that I'm one of these people who looks at my research. If you go to my YouTube page, you'll see videos about all kinds of different types of housing, from tiny homes, tent camps, housing first. I think that we need to do what the National Housing Strategy said. Wild experimentation with housing. We need all kinds of different housing. So yeah, and what does it look like here? I'm just learning what it looks like here. That's what these projects that I'm working on are about. So I agree with you, but I do think you're going to learn more about that a little bit later when the folks from Home RL come on, if I'm not mistaken.
So one of the things that we will do is try to find homes or houses or apartments for these young people to go if they're going to be living on their own. And I mean, there's only so many transitional homes in Moncton or in with, in the province for these young people to go. So that is certainly an area of concern is, following treatment. Where are they going to go? If they don't have a safe place to live, then it's not going to work.
Can I say one more thing?
Sure.
Am I in? Okay. No, I just wanted to add that. I mean, I think we've proposed, I proposed years and years ago, the foyer model, for example, as a continuum of housing for youth. And this was like 8 or 9 years ago. I guess what's hard is there's no dollars to put towards this. So it's kind of hard when we're saying in one vein, we want to prevent and do harm prevention, but yet I'm seeing some of the kids I worked with at Chrysalis House, I am now seeing come through my door, pregnant, still with addictions issues. So it's just this really sad cycle of like, I think we need to do better for our young people. And, we really do talk about harm prevention. And I know all of us here really believe in harm reduction and want to do something, but it's like the dollars aren't there to put into action these programs that we know are tried and true in other areas of the world. I mean, we know this. They're working in other countries.
There's another piece to it too, right? Like there's a real hesitance for people to like we're not really sure on what they're this is opening another can of worms, but I totally agree with what you said. I also agree that, and this is what I had to learn when I had to go back, because I was essentially, you know, emotionally, I was a youth at that when I went to rehab at 35. I was 17 years old, which is when I started using very serious drugs. We have to be able to tell youth, especially, what's expected of them. I mean, it's not, you just can't provide everything. And it's kind of like what Tamara was saying, you know, you should expect to have anxiety and learn techniques for dealing with it. It's a normal human emotion. You have it for a reason. You need to, it's okay to have fear. Fear is a normal human emotion.
Mhm.
So, and also you need to get up at 6 a.m. like I did and sweep out the bathrooms every morning while you're here. So we have a very hard time because we don't want, because young people that we care about are dying or suffering, in some cases, experiences that in some cases seem worse than death. So we don't want to push them away. But so that's a really tough conversation to have too, is about what is the expectation of the end user, or we talk about youth, what do youth tell us what they need, but at some point we have to tell youth what to do as well in some capacity when we provide services. So they made me stay at the rehab for an extra 4 months to learn how to look after an apartment and to do nothing, because those were the triggers for me to go out. So
I want to thank you both very, very much for a wonderful conversation. It's certainly reflected in the chat room. But before we end, I want to offer you an opportunity, or ask each of you if you could leave us with a personal call to action for impactful change in relation to harm reduction and substance use among youth. What would your call to action be as we head into the rest of our day?
Well, I'm going to take. I think I feel like I've quoted Emily a lot. I really enjoyed her presentation, but one thing that she said that she was told was to shut up and listen. And I think we need to shut up and listen. I think we need to listen to our young people and hear them and involve them in this process. And I would encourage perhaps next year to have some youth perhaps present and speak of their struggles and what's worked for them and how we can help them.
Yeah, great idea. Eric, last thoughts, call to action?
well, I just think that we need to this will sound like a bit of an activist call. I think you'll get this, Randy. I think we need to bring it to the streets. Like I think we share our information. I think the people in this room share the information, but I don't think we're getting angry enough. And I don't think we're getting out there enough. And I don't think we're banging on the doors that need to have their doors banged on. And I don't think we're going into Parliament and yelling about our children dying. I just don't think we're doing the stuff. I mean, I know some people do, and I know it's hard to do, but I think that we're at the point now where, for example, the opioid crisis has been declared an emergency. Housing has been declared an emergency. We're in an emergency situation. If your family, if your children were in an emergency situation, you'd get the fuck off your couch and do something. And I think that I think we need to figure out a way to get out there and express in numbers our discontentment with we have the tools. Let's tell them we have the tools. The public needs to know we have the tools and we have the knowledge. Let's get government to help us make that happen. And I think we have to show that we're collectively angry, not afraid.
I agree, Eric, and I think we need to stop worrying about offending somebody in the process.
100%. Totally agree. We have to stop. That's it.
Yeah.
Like if it's an emergency, don't just use the word. We have to act like it is one. And I think we're starting to. And this is one of the ways that happens.
Thank you both very much. That was a wonderful discussion. We're going to close this one now, and I'm going to turn it over to Kim Wilbur, who as
Thank
she
you all.
always does at our seminars, speak to the memorial to those that are lost. And so, Tim, I'll turn it over to you.
Hi, Randy. Thank you so much. And I apologize for practicing, but I'm finding it more and more difficult that every year we have more names added to our list to remember. And again, this afternoon, on behalf of the Harm Reduction Organizing Committee, please join me in a moment of silence as we remember our family members, our friends, our colleagues, and those we love who are no longer with us. We have Jesse, Bambi McKinnon, Jenna Gould, Tiffany, Rob, Derek, Karen, Jordan McLeod, Stephen, Jared Knowles, Mike Roper, Shyla Wright, Shannon Furlong, Joel Young, Terry Thibodeau, Andrew O'Keefe, Nicole Given, Wayne Sampson, Samantha Prouty, Corey Brooker, Lakota Asan Reimer, Vincent, Justin Marshall Krause, Christopher Armstrong, Gagan Malhotra, Jordan Hansen, Corey Keating, Miles Taylor, Judith Hawley, John, Luke, Frederick Levi, Natalia Kishig-Lisk, Russell Smith, Tasso and Jeremy, Michael McLeod, Adria Bosshart, Kyle Bernard, John Jividan, Kathy Church, Joni Antwine, Matthew Kessick, David Yokanen, Charlene Earl, April, and Ricky Williams. Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody, to the final session of the 5th Annual Harm Reduction Symposium here in St. John. It's a session entitled Trauma-Informed Design, Reducing the Harm Associated with Experiences of Home-Based Trauma Through the Built Environment. We're joined this afternoon by 3 individuals that are well known to those of us who work here in St. John, 3 folks that are really making a difference. We're joined by Erin McKinney, who is the Program Director at the St. John Learning Exchange. Erin is passionate about improving impact and leads the evaluation and data collection practices of the Learning Exchange. Joining her is Cassandra Monette. She currently holds a dual role as both the Youth Engagement and Research Specialist at the Teen Resource Center and the Director of Community Engaged Research Initiatives at the Housing, Mobilization, and Engagement Research Lab. And finally, Dr. Julia Melnick, who is an Associate Professor at the Department of Social Sciences and the Faculty of Arts at the University of New Brunswick in St. John. He is the Canada Research Chair in Resilient Communities and the founder and co-director of the Housing, Mobilization, and Engagement Research Lab. Her research focuses on experiences and solutions to housing instability in a variety of populations that are identified in Canada's National Housing Strategy. It's in the greatest needs to access affordable and suitable housing. So, folks, the floor is yours, and whoever can kick off and has been decided as the first speaker can go. Thanks for being here.
Hi, everyone. My name is Cassandra. I'm really excited to be here with you all and with my colleagues, Julia and Erin. So today we're going to be talking about trauma-informed design and how this design practice really helps us rethink housing as a healing tool. Next slide. So during our talk today, we're really going to focus on what is trauma-informed design and the core components of what make up this practice. We're going to go into how this relates to harm reduction. Julia will walk us through that. And then Erin will have a chat about an exciting initiative that uses this practice in our St. John community. And we will end with questions. So, what is trauma-informed design? Really, what it is, it's a design practice that challenges us to rethink our relationships with our physical surroundings. So it acknowledges the influence that our physical spaces have on our overall well-being. It really looks at what messages our physical surroundings really reflect back to us. And so when we apply that to housing, really what we're saying is, what does the physical build do? How does it impact our mental health, our physical health, and our overall well-being? So there are two main components or two main elements that really make up this design practice. One of them really relates to our relationship to the natural world. So how nature has an influence or impact on our well-being and how to incorporate nature into architectural design. And then the second component is really about lived experience and our previous experiences within different forms of housing and physical builds, and how those elements of the physical environment trigger different kinds of things. So whether they trigger previous traumas or whether they trigger this sense of joy and strength and potential. So we're really looking at our relationship within these spaces, and again, how those spaces reflect back onto us. So, oh, okay, next slide. No, it's okay, keep going, we're good. So really, trauma-informed design does have a framework. And we were lucky enough to be able to actually connect with an architectural firm in Denver, Colorado called Shopworks. They were kind enough to give us some training on this framework and how to kind of go about the process of implementing trauma-informed design as it relates to housing. And so we're going to take a minute just to walk through their framework and understand how this really guides the design process. So really, when I think about this framework, I think about it as almost like a compass to make sure that the design of our housing builds, of our physical builds, really keeps to the intention that we have for that space, and how we want that space to be used as a healing tool and to promote dignity. So really, these spaces are meant to communicate worth, strength, and potential. Their intentions are to promote belonging and trust. They value self-expression, culture, creativity, and they're meant to be calm, peaceful spaces that support perceived safety as well as actual safety. So these are all the values, I guess, that go around those in that inner circle on the slide, and really kind of help guide the three main components of trauma-informed design. A lot of these values really come from trauma-informed care practices. I'm going to spend a bit of time talking about comfort, community, and choice, because these are really the three almost like goal markers, if you want, to really guide the design process. So comfort is really speaking to the type of space that we're trying to create. So we're playing with nature and and lighting and sound and textures and all those types of things to be able to really have this space kind of spark elements of joy to be able to really support that sense of calm. So your space should be communicating to you that this is a safe, calm space, a place for you to kind of be able to relax and take comfort in. Then we have community. So this is really looking at how the space communicates to you this sense of connection. So this is connection with other residents. This is connection with guests that enter into the building. And this is also connection with yourself. And so really this space is there to kind of support and promote this idea that you are part of the larger whole. And then choice. Choice is the last one, and this is really about agency and ownership within the space. So being able to personalize your spaces by having choices in furniture and color. Also being able to choose how you engage with the different spaces in a building. So for example, if I decided, you know what, today is a quiet day for me, I want to read, but I don't want to be cooped up in my apartment. I want to be in one of the shared spaces. Is there actually the ability for me to be in a shared common space, but also be able to kind of have a little quiet nook to read? So like these are some of the design choices that would be thought out to be able to build a space that actually supports choice in the way in which we engage with those spaces. So all of these things are really important, and what informs these three components is really being able to connect with residents to understand their experiences. So in previous housing experiences, or even in previous experiences with homelessness, what has supported those feelings of perceived safety? What has made you feel very unsafe? What are some aspects of the physical environment that has helped you feel powerful? These are all different questions to ask and to gather information from people's experiences that we can then actually use to inform the architectural design of the housing space. Next slide. The second component of trauma-informed design is biophilia, or nature-inspired design. And really what that is understanding the influence that nature has on our well-being. There is a wealth of information, a wealth of research, and I will not go down that deep rabbit hole today because we can be here for hours. But this research or this knowledge is really looking at how access or exposure to nature really helps our bodies and our minds relax. So there's a famous study that was done in 1983 looking at people, hospital patients, for people that had endured physical trauma. And in some of the hospital rooms, you could see trees outside your window, and in some you couldn't. So they actually took a look at the difference between the two sets of rooms and found there was an association with seeing trees and having faster recovery times, lower levels of pain, and less need for pain medication. So there seems to be this physiological component as well as a psychological component to how we relate to nature. Other studies, like I said, there's a wealth of information here, but other studies look at exposure to nature and its association to reduce stress, cortisol levels, aggression, mental fatigue. Others look at nature exposure and how it increases focused attention, creativity, how it helps with social behaviors and emotion regulation. So this information is really important. Next slide. And it's important in how we design for a space that is intended for healing. So what does this look like in our actual architectural design? Like when we look at how we incorporate nature into housing or building design, we really focus on two categories. So we have really incorporating natural elements into a space. So this often, a lot of the examples here really refer to the interior design, or how the interior of the space is set up. So bringing plants in, for example, is a really easy way to incorporate a natural element into a space to get some of that benefit to being connected to nature. But then there are also other ways to do that, like, for example, using natural elements in your build. So using wood, for example, instead of plastic, or playing with lighting and textures. One example I had read about that really stuck with me was this idea of walking in the woods on a bright sunny day and looking up and having the sunlight kind of shine through the leaves of the trees and hit your face and create that warmth. That kind of moment can be an inspiration for how we design the inside of spaces. So for example, taking that from nature, we could actually design a partition that has a texture that lets light in. And so it kind of hits you as though it's light shining through the leaves of a tree. And so these are kind of ways in which we can mimic nature in our interior spaces. I am not an architect, so I can't give more examples than that. But it's just to give you a bit of an idea. The other category is really looking at spatial layouts. It's really interesting. Some of the research that we had stumbled into really seems to be pointing to humans having an affinity for specific kinds of spatial layouts. And it seems to be connected to some of the landscapes that early humans have evolved in. And so there's this idea of us being most comfortable in a space where we can prospect our environment, so we can kind of see what's happening in the space before we decide to engage with that space. So for example, being able to kind of look out and see what's happening in a room and see, oh, there's a social activity going on there. You know what, I'm in a social mood, I'm going to decide to partake. Or I don't feel like doing that right now, I'm actually gonna engage in a different space. So that prospecting is something that's really important when we're thinking about housing as a healing environment. Another important aspect of spatial layout is refuge. So actually having those semi-private nooks that you can kind of tuck yourself in and away from people and kind of let your guard down and have that moment of relaxation or that feeling of safety. That seems to be something that humans tend to have an affinity for. And there's a whole slew of others. There's kind of like this idea of a slightly winding path that opens to a larger scene, and how that kind of spurs mystery or curiosity. And all of these things put together really help us understand our environment and our surroundings in a way that reduces stress. The last thing I want to touch on, the last thing I want to touch on is something called thigmotaxis. So that really what that means is that every species has a particular behavioral pattern within a space. And so for humans, we actually tend to gravitate towards the periphery of spaces. And that's actually something interesting when we think about how we incorporate nature into the design of builds, to be able to create safe space for healing and for dignity for residents. So using all of these things together, we're really trying to be very intentional about how we design the space so that it really reflects worth back to the residents. And it's really helping us really move beyond crisis and promote this sense of belonging and potential. So I'll pass it to Julia, and she's going to talk about how that relates to harm reduction.
Great. So thank you all for having us today. It's such a great group of folks that I was able to engage with a bit this morning, and Thank you all so much to the committee for the amazing work that you're doing here locally that's having larger effects nationally. So thank you. So I want to go on a little aside before I start. Well, I have a captive audience here about something that I learned this morning that really touches my heart. So I'm a mom of 3 children, as most of you know, and my 2 boys have ADHD and autistic traits. So their risk for exposure to trauma in their everyday environments, like the school system, in childcare, et cetera, is absolutely huge. So I snuck off the Harm Reduction Symposium to a meeting today to discuss 2 pieces of legislation that are now being tabled for a vote in the legislature in just 2 weeks' time. The first is 713, which is fundamental to the inclusion of 2S LGBTQ AI plus youth. And the new changes would propose anti-inclusion rhetoric within our system. And the second is 322, which protects the rights of our neurodiverse children to be in the classroom and at school. New wording changes within that bill would allow educators and teachers to make the decision to exclude children from their classrooms for behavioral concerns. And there's potential within that language to actually segregate them into their own schools. So these are some extremely damaging pieces of legislation. And I'd like to use this opportunity with, so many wonderful advocates on the line with me to put out a call to action for our children on behalf of our children in New Brunswick. This is damaging. Please do not let our government exclude and traumatize our gender diverse and neurodiverse kids from school. Write your MLAs, do anything that you can. There, I see in the chat for 713, there's a protest at the Ledge on Saturday. So anyway, okay, with that said, now harm reduction, the very important thing that we are here to talk about today. So this morning, while I was listening to the talks, some of the amazing talks from folks that are my personal, I fangirl over personally, like Eric and Dr. Gander as well too, about ACEs and experience in youth and trauma. I was thinking to myself, this is really nice that we've been able to talk about trauma-informed design within the context of youth today here. So when we ask our undergraduate students, oftentimes in classes, I teach a mental health, addictions, and well-being course. When I ask them what they think of harm reduction or what they think harm reduction is, they go straight to substances. And that is very commonly what we think about when we think about harm reduction. We know it's extremely important work that's being done at Avenue B here locally. It's extremely important work that is happening nationally with naloxone campaigns. But alternatively, some very simple things can be harm reduction. And I know I'm preaching to the choir here, really, but I ask my students to think outside the box a little bit and tell me about other forms of harm reduction that might be important to individuals. And after we have some conversations about it, I get some really remarkable answers. One of my students informed me that sunscreen is harm reduction. And I thought, yeah, this is really true. We don't want burns. Burns result in cancer. That's not a good idea. Seatbelts are harm reduction. Toilets are one of our earliest form of harm reductions, the closed sewer system protecting us from, dysentery and cholera and all those gross things that I don't know much about because I'm not a medical doctor. Okay, so to follow on that, housing is harm reduction. But my question to everyone today is really, is all housing harm reduction? Right? So the environment plays a key role in our ability to thrive. And oftentimes when we house people or provide housing for people who have been either unhoused or housing insecure, these environments tend to be fairly punitive. They're very basic. Oftentimes they have pests or they have mold, and they're not always conducive to mental health and well-being. So we see, though, that people who've experienced trauma in their past, so I'm going to go back to a past life of mine in Toronto studying intimate partner violence, and women who leave situations of violence and what that looks like for them. Experiencing trauma and moving forward to a new form of housing comes with a whole new set of challenges. Women needed to feel safe in their homes. They actually wanted cameras and surveillance systems out front. They wanted locked entryways. They wanted to be able to know their neighbors and know that the people who were entering their buildings were safe. They wanted to be able to see around dark corners so they could basically maintain their own safety and their own mental health and well-being. And they very much recognize that when you're living on edge because of your environment, you're not able to engage in a meaningful place where you can heal. Next slide, please, Erin. Thank you. Okay, so let's discuss this in the context of youth and the relationship between trauma and housing harm. So this one is an oldie but a goodie, is what I call it. So I know I sound like my father, I think, when I say that. But the National Child Traumatic Stress Network in 2007 has come up with a statement about youth, and they describe some of the issues that youth experience when they are unhoused. So we all know theoretically, and for many of the folks in this room in practice, that youth who are unhoused have significant mental health problems. They have post-traumatic stress disorder, suicidal ideation, and rates of suicide or suicide attempts are much higher, as well as substance use disorders as well too. Most youth who have experienced trauma have done so before they've actually left their primary homes. So by the time youth are hitting the streets, they have already been exposed to multiple forms of trauma. And we can harken back to Dr. Eric Wiseman's talk a little bit earlier about his experiences being traumatized in his primary home environment. Sorry, Eric, I don't mean to pick on you as an example. But really, oftentimes, more often than not, the trauma is happening within the primary home. Following this trauma in the primary home, we usually have placement in the system. So traditionally, this may be foster care, group homes, familial care arrangements. It can look different for all different folks. But this can create new trauma in some instances, or it can even trigger or exacerbate existing trauma. So unaddressed trauma that remains high in youth who both leave home and then who leave care situations as well, because they find them unsuitable or traumatic for themselves. Now, once youth enter street life, they struggle to recover from previous traumas as well too. And then they gain new experiences of trauma along the way. So really what we're seeing is compounding traumas that start from a very young age. And this speaks to Dr. Gander's earlier comments about ACEs, a lack of meaningful adult support throughout. And this all pairs and parcels with housing instability. Next slide, please, Erin. Okay, so what we're basically saying with all of this, I don't mean to depress everyone and leave today on a sad note. Erin will bring some hope and sunshine into this equation, because we think we're starting to get towards the solution. We'll see. The research will tell. But really, what we need to do is push the paradigm further. So again, the harm that comes with being unhoused as a youth is not caused by youth individual failure. This is a lack of political motivation to do better. We are being held back by systems that cannot and will not adapt to provide housing for youth who are leaving traumatic environments. So whether that be home environments or institutional care environments, or familial arrangements, et cetera, et cetera. So youth being at home is always the ideal. We know that. Academically, we know that. But in an imperfect world, this is not always possible, right? Not all of us grew up with great homes. So when they can't be at home, we hope that they'll find a therapeutic refuge within familial care, or in the foster care system, or in a group home placement. However, this doesn't always work for youth either. right? We try our best as a system, but nothing works for all people at all times. And unfortunately, after this, many end up on the streets. And this is where Housing First comes in. And what some of my partners at the Learning Exchange, the TRC, and Housing Alternatives, who I'm very proud to call my partners, who my partners have really rallied around to bring this model to the forefront in St. John, which is amazing. So we know with Housing First, that Stephen Gates says from the Homelessness Hub, he says that Youth Housing First is the best practice for housing youth with histories of homelessness. In the evaluations that we have seen, this does work. So, for example, we've currently just finished up some of the Safety First evaluation and have submitted a report to the provincial government. And in doing so, we demonstrated that youth were able to take their experiences within Housing First and re-engage with housing. Many of them maintain stable housing. It was upwards of close to 90%, I believe. Memorize the number, I apologize. We also found as well too that they were re-engaging in education, engaging in work, or engaging in some kind of personal life goal achievement. Now, 100% of youth did that. 100% of youth were ready to move forward in their lives when they received stable housing. So this is something that's really amazing. And the best part about it is we delivered this model at half the cost of delivering traditional homelessness services to people in New Brunswick. And that's based on Moncton's 2017 numbers. So we assume with inflation that it's more or it's less than half the cost at this point, but we use the numbers we have, right? So Youth Housing First is a promising model. We know it works. It provides stability for most unhoused youth. And this is often paired with trauma-informed care, which seeks to or aims to reduce trauma in interactions with service providers, practitioners, other services, medical care providers, etc. However, none of this addresses the fact necessarily that we've experienced trauma in homes, right? So the home environment that you're now living in can actually be a source of trigger, or can trigger trauma. It can trigger negative thoughts that actually do slow down or prevent the healing process and the growth process within youth. So trauma-informed care can address that trauma that exists in service and interpersonal relationships, but it often ignores those physical built environments. And those physical built environments are a real and additional source of trauma. So this is where trauma-informed design comes in. Trauma-informed design seeks to reduce the harm associated with negative past traumatic experiences of housing, while simultaneously providing those conducive environments that Cassandra just so eloquently spoke of, those very therapeutic environments that can allow youth to establish themselves and move forward. So without further ado, I think the highlight of my day is going to be listening to Aaron announce a very exciting new initiative within our city that I'm just thrilled about. So it's an honor to be here with you today, and thank you.
Thank you, and no pressure if this is going to be the highlight of your day. So hi, everyone. I'm Erin McKenney, and I'm extremely excited to be here today sharing this presentation with my colleagues, Cassandra and Julia. I want to share some exciting work that is happening in our community, but I think I'll start out first by just giving you a little bit of background and sort of how we came to this place. So the Learning Exchange and Teen Resource Center, we've been collaborating with one another alongside of the Human Development Council since 2018 on a project called UYes. And that project has been supporting our community's NEET youth in reconnecting to education and employment. And for those of you who don't know, NEET means not in education, employment, or training. We offer a series of integrated supports and services and help to reduce the barriers so that youth can pursue their goals. Since that project started, it became clear very, very quickly that access to consistent, safe, affordable housing options for youth is lacking in our community. And as this lack of housing grew, we began partnering with housing alternatives. They arranged for 2 co-housing spaces in our community to be set up for youth who were as young as 16 that were unable to either find safe housing for themselves or stay within their family home. Not every youth wants to move into a group home or a foster care placement for reasons that Julia has already talked about. So these agencies, the Learning Exchange, Teen Resource Center, and Housing Alternatives, applied for funding with the Social Innovation Fund, and we were awarded funds to offer housing subsidies, to pilot income supports for youth who were ineligible for some of the income supports that exist within the province, and to test this housing first model. So the way things run right now in the province is that if you're a youth under the age of 19, you are not able to access a provincial housing subsidy. The only form of funding that you can receive to support your income has very specific and in some ways limited eligibility criteria that's challenging for a lot of the population that we're supporting to meet. Namely, you have to be out of the parental home for at least 3 months. You have to prove that you can't go back there. You have to prove that it's unsafe, and you are not allowed to live with a romantic partner. And sometimes that's the only safe person that a youth has. They also have to then be engaged in a minimum of 30 hours of either schooling or employment or a combination. And if they're not meeting those criteria, their funding, and then by extension, their housing is put at risk. Their funding may be cut if they don't follow through on their case plan, and then the youth could end up in a precarious situation once again. So with the social innovation funding, our project, which we called Safety First, because at its core, we wanted to make sure that our youth were safe more than anything else. It was born, and we apply the principles of housing first. We believe that housing is a human right, and it's a right for these youth, and they know what is best for them, and we're there to support them. No one is put at risk if they're not following through on their case plan. Their housing is not it's not at risk. The case plans that the youth do create, they do that in partnership with a case manager. So they have one-on-one support, and they receive that support and encouragement to follow through on the goals that they set, but the youth actually lead that charge. Each of the organizations in the project specializes in a different component, which you can see on the slide. And the relationship that we have with one another is one that's built on trust and real collaboration, and that takes a lot of work. So this project was born as a 2-year pilot, and we were focusing on testing this model, pushing for policy changes around some of those eligibility criteria and access to housing subsidies, and then also planning for future sustainability. So the youth have been housed in either one of the 2 co-housing spaces, a number of independent apartments scattered throughout the city. Since the start of the program, we've worked with 45 individuals, and Julia, you were super close. It's 82% have been able to maintain their housing. And for those who weren't successful, there were a number of reasons that they weren't, but with the exception of, I believe, 1 individual, no one was exited into homelessness. So if they weren't the right fit for our program, we did find other placements for them. We didn't put them back out onto the street, essentially. Every single youth chose to set a goal geared towards employment or education. And they decided when they were ready, they led that plan, and we supported them. There's a lot of work that has to be done to get someone ready to even think about setting goals like this. If they've been housed precariously, if they've been sleeping on the street, if they've been couch surfing. And so when the youth are leading their case plan, what we've seen is that they are more likely to re-engage, and they're more likely to experience success because they're telling us that they're ready for it. They have also spent a significant amount of time working on things like relationship building, understanding what is a healthy relationship with a peer or an adult, who are safe adults that I can talk to. Their case managers at the TRC offer them a lot of mentorship and support. They teach them things about a boundary, how to set one, how to keep one, what is a healthy boundary, how to identify if the relationships that you're talking about are healthy. And the youth that we're working with have expressed feelings of improved wellness, and they feel more connected to their community. Throughout the course of the project, we've been conducting an ongoing evaluation so that we can understand the impact. And we want to incorporate the voice of the youth within that. Participants have been encouraged to reflect on their lives before and after they got housing, and then also to reflect on something that they feel that they're proud of since getting housing. So the images that you can see on the screen here, these quotes, these stories, they've all provided invaluable insight for us into what youth really needed, what they still need, and the impact of the work that we've done. So if you take a moment and look at some of these examples, I think that the impact is very clear. Every single one of these represents an individual human being, a person whose life would have been vastly different if they didn't have access to our program, a person who might still be struggling with housing, a person who may have had to enter into a more precarious or dangerous situation because of a lack of access to housing, a person who wouldn't have been able to engage in their education or employment pursuits, a person who might have ended up in a worse position than when we first met them. But because we were able to meet them where they were actually to demonstrate real growth. Some of our youth that have engaged in post-secondary pursuits are the first people in their families to do this. They are breaking cycles of trauma, they're breaking cycles of poverty, and they wouldn't have had that opportunity if they weren't approached in this way. So the funding for this amazing project did come to an end in May, so this month, but sustainability has been a really key focus for what we wanted to do, and that's been from the very, very start. So that leads me to what we are here today to tell you about, and that's the next step in our project, and it's called Jerome's Place. So Jerome's Place is going to be a brand new building in our city's Old North End. It will have 12 one-bedroom apartments specifically dedicated to youth, and just to define youth. For this instance, we're talking roughly 18 to 25. We are using trauma-informed design in the build of this space. So the project commemorates the memory of Jerome Jones, who was a bright young man that wanted nothing more than to take pride in the accomplishment of his goals. His dream was to finish high school and to work towards starting his own business. But after his untimely passing, Jerome's Place will honor his life by providing safe and supportive housing for youth in St. John, which is something that he himself needed, but could never find. We are going to be creating a space for youth to not only live, but to be able to call home and to be able to heal from some of their traumas. So for this project, UNB's Home RL is one of our key partners because they're conducting research. So far, we've met with a number of groups of youth living in the co-housing spaces, former residents of co-housing spaces, youth living independently, youth and other housing programs in the community, as well as our program delivery staff. And we've produced a report that we've shared with our architect so that they can take these themes that have arisen into consideration as the building is designed. So there's 4 key themes that I'm going to talk about within the context of Jerome's Place. The first one is intentionality and functionality. There was a lot of discussion around how spaces flow, how they look, how they feel. The youth talked about how they move through space and how they interact with it. They wanted to be able to see where they were going, for the space to make sense to them. They talked a lot about things like stairwells and hallways feeling cramped and confusing. They also talked about things like a kitchen and how it needs to have appliances that work, how it needs to have appliances that are laid out in a way that makes sense, how it needs counter space, cupboards that they can access, that they can store food in, that they can store dishes in, where things remain when they put them there. So that's sort of this idea of a space that has an intention, that has a use, and it's very clear as to what it would be. The second theme is around choice and identity, and it's interesting because that's one of the central tenets of trauma-informed design, but it's not something that we presented to them. It's something that they presented to us. They talked about really wanting to be able to personalize their spaces, to hang up art, to maybe decorate their doors. They talked about how choice felt really important, that they wanted to put their stamp on the different spaces within the building, whether it's their personal space or a shared space. The interesting thing here, though, is that choice isn't without pressure. If you're someone like myself, every decision can feel very overwhelming. So it can actually be something that induces anxiety. And so one of the suggestions that one of the young people came up with is they want choice, but they want limited choice. So give me 2 to 3 colors to choose from so that I can paint my walls. Give me a couple of different tables to choose from so I can pick the one that I want in my kitchen, things like that. So they still wanted to be able to have a say and make sure that the building felt like it was theirs, their homes feel like they're theirs, but something that doesn't overwhelm them is important. There was a lot of conversation, I'm sure it's no surprise, around things like safety and stability. Both the youth and the staff talked about this at length. It's important for the residents to feel safe in their units, their common spaces, and their outdoor spaces too. Security is obviously a very obvious piece of that. But it's also things like access to staff when they need it, especially if they feel threatened. It's things like having cameras in common spaces that maybe also have an intercom, or maybe having a panic button that's linked to the police, or a buzzer system to make sure that they know who's in the building at all times. There was another thing that was brought up, which is sort of that idea around feeling safe in areas that often cause stress. So one of the examples that was brought up by a youth, but is also something that was brought up by ShopWorks and is something that I'm weirdly fixated on, I think too, is this idea of a laundry spa. So if you're someone that has struggled with housing, laundry can be a really triggering experience for you. Things go missing. You don't know, if you're going to be able to afford to do laundry, all of these sorts of things. So there was a unit or a building in Denver that we saw that had created what they called a laundry spa. So it had huge windows, there was a games area, there were TVs, there were reading chairs, there were places for residents to hang out. So they could still be there with their clothes and like make sure that things were okay, but do it in a way where they felt relaxed and they felt safe and they felt like they were having a good time. The fourth theme is this whole idea of a sense of community. So the youth and the staff talked about that importance of feeling like they belong to the building, that they want to create a sense of ownership over the way it operates and how, and that they were contributing. Ideas were bounced around of things like bringing each new resident a welcome package that welcomes them to the building and the community inside of it. Youth asked for programming to specifically help build that sense of community. But it also sort of leads to something that I think is one of the most innovative parts of this design, and that's the fact that Jerome's Place will be connected and part of the Unified St. John Housing Cooperative, excuse me. So housing co-ops help empower their residents because they actually provide them with a real stake in the way that the building operates. Every youth that's living at Jerome's Place is going to be given the opportunity to develop rules and guidelines for how the building runs, to put expectations on the residents that they co-create. If there's issues that arise, that they have a say in what happens because of that. This is going to help contribute to those feelings of safety that are very important. Also those feelings of ownership. And for us, it's important because it's the youth co-creating the expectations that are placed on it. And that's a theme that's come up here too. Like, why aren't we asking the youth? Well, that is exactly what we're doing. We're saying, what do you need and what do you want? And those votes are a really empowering way to engage in that journey through housing. The connection with that housing co-op also gives youth preference to other units within the co-op. So thinking about that sustainability piece, as youth become close to aging out of the co-op, part of that planning process is then saying, is there another unit that's coming available? You have preference to move into another unit. And there's over 700 units in this city that are owned by our housing co-op. They will also continue to receive the wraparound supports, the case management, the mentorship, and connection to community agencies like the Teen Resource Center, like the Learning Exchange. They're going to be able to continue setting goals and hopefully achieving them. And the last thing is that these apartments are affordable. So every unit will have a rent subsidy attached to it, ensuring that those rents remain affordable to any prospective tenant. And for anyone in this community that rents right now, we know how important that is. This is not transitional housing. Jerome's Place is a place where you are expected to be able to live for an extended period of time, where you can really build your sense of home. There's not a time limit. Yes, there is an age limit, but we're going to approach that, I think, gently and with some flexibility as we've approached everything within our project. Right now, this project is very much in its planning stage. So this slide here just represents the ideal timeline. We don't know if this is 100% real yet. It's going to depend on things like, can we get the right building crews in place at the right times to actually make it all happen? But we do aim to have residents moving in within the next year and a half. And after Jerome's Place has been open for a year, we'll be back to conduct some post-occupancy research to understand, like, did we get it right? Another part of that did we get it right question is that the youth also have a say with the architect. So next week, Cassandra and myself and a group of youth are sitting down with our architect in their very fancy offices, and they're going to present the design for Jerome's Place to potential youth residents and say, were we listening? Is this what you want? Does this work for you? Which I think is really exciting because it gives them stake, and then it also allows us to fix things that they say, no, that's not at all. That's not at all what we want. We're so excited to be able to share this work with everyone here today. It's been a labor of love for our team. We believe that by utilizing trauma-informed design, we're applying our service delivery approach of creating empowering, healthy relationships to physical space where youth will continue to feel empowered and continue to heal. And we believe that Jerome's Place is going to become a benchmark when it comes to housing within our community and hopefully our province. So with that, I will open the floor to any questions.
Hi guys, it's Sarah. Oh my goodness, thank you so much for your presentation today. There's a bunch of questions, so are you ready? Well, maybe Aaron, just because people are, sort of spinning from the excitement of your announcement, I think there's just some like real logistic questions out of the gates that maybe you don't know the answer to just because you're in the early stages. But many of us are familiar with the YES program. So maybe you could talk about that potential alignment and transition. Like, will youth be able to transition from the YES program, for example, to Jerome's Place?
Yeah, I mean, as the YES program is really about income attachment, right? So if a youth is attached to the YES program and in receipt of that check, they could absolutely transition to Jerome's Place either as they age out of YES, because part of the thing with the YES program is their case manager has to approve where they're living, right? So if the case manager said, I don't think that you're ready to live on your own because you're 18 right now, but then when they turn 19, they transition to adult income assistance, and then it's totally up to them. At that point, they would absolutely qualify. They may qualify when they're younger too, and we would be open to that as well. Absolutely.
Awesome. And some of the questions were sort of answered as you went along, like the age being from 18 to 25, the length of stay sort of being, arbitrary based on what the need is and their want is, which is amazing. Eric, he's straight up, how much does this cost and what's your budget? And can you share that with everybody?
How much does what cost?
I don't mean to be offensive. I'm just really curious.
No, it's fine. Do you mean the original program that we've been running or what we anticipate?
Oh, I'd like to know what it costs to build a place like this because I love this idea and I want to give you guys a painting if you'll accept one.
We would absolutely love that. That would be
okay,
amazing.
Cool. So then,
thank you.
So I know that if I'm giving you a painting, I know it's worth at least $140. So
yes,
that's the only budget number I have to work with right now.
Oh, Eric, you're going to be running painting seminars for the youth who want to do
that's
them.
awesome. I'm into that. Okay.
So as far as the cost of the building, it's kind of like how long is a piece of string? So what we've been told at this point, because we haven't done we don't have the final schematics together. It's like once the architect designs the dream, then we'll get a quote, and then we will probably have to come up with a more realistic dream. So things that like Cassandra and I were like, every apartment should have a balcony, but we've heard that that's going to be far too expensive. I wish that Kit Hickey was here because she's really in charge of the housing piece, but we'll
No, that's
see
a
if I-
fair answer, what you've given. I don't want to stress you out. That's fine.
Yeah.
Well, the
it's-
other, yeah, and to jump in, sorry, Erin, yeah, but just to jump in too, I should note like the amount of like just volunteer labor. I can't even really call it volunteer because it's just like extending work days that has gone into this from the folks from the Learning Exchange, the TRC, Housing Alternatives, Home RL. You know, we've really taken a lot of sort of worked on this off the side of our desks. So if we were to add up all of the hours that, you know, like we're doing research that's basically unfunded right now.
Right.
So, you know, if we were to add up all those hours to it really contributes. So at the end of the day, we should have better costing, but I'm not even sure it'll represent like the labor of love that's really gone into this. And the
we
youth's
don't-
time too. Sorry.
And we would absolutely share numbers as we finalize things. The other thing is that you can take these principles and apply them in very cost-effective ways, especially if you're doing things like a retrofit. There are simple ways to incorporate it, or, you know, I like to.
I'm a big fan of what you're doing. I totally agree. And I also, Julia knows that I love this kind of model. So I'm excited. This will be like the second one in the city in a while. So I'm happy to see it.
Us too.
There was a comment sort of about there being kind of any criteria that if the housing first approach is what's first, then any criteria could potentially be a barrier. Did you want to speak to that?
So I can probably speak to that, and then I think Cassandra can probably pick up on it as well too, or Erin. We've all become mini housing first experts in this journey. So yes, any barrier to housing is a barrier. So we try to remove all of those barriers to youth. You know, there's some barriers that in traditional housing first models continue to persist. So getting identification is a really big deal for folks. Being able to put your name on the housing list is a requirement for some housing first programs nationally. And, you know, these are barriers that we've had to really remove for these youth and make it even more barrier free, because we know we can't put youth under the age of 19 on the housing list here. So that's extremely problematic. And, you know, I saw there was a comment in the chat as well too, or a question in the chat that talked about once these barriers are removed and somebody enters housing, then is that the time that the requirements get put on? And I think it's so important to note that like youth want to do something with their lives. They are in absolute experiences of chaos when they come into the program. You know, you can't work, you can't go to school, you can't focus, you can't study, or maintain meaningful, healthy relationships when you're not housed. So once they're housed and the dust settles, and, you know, there's this really good spirit and time to grow, and they do want to engage in housing. And I'm going to speak on the Learning Exchange's behalf. I'm sorry, I see Christina out there and Erin. When I say that, really, they were finding they're an adult, like a young adult learning organization, and their involvement is because they were finding that youth were leaving their programs because they couldn't maintain enrollment when they were unhoused. So they've been able to bring back some of those youth in a better space where they're not living in crisis and stress. So, you know, do we need to like force their hands into work and employment and education and training and rebuilding once they're in housing? No, that's a myth. They want to be there.
Nicely said. Okay, so we're bouncing back. I see there's a Q&A question. There's questions in the chat, and then Annette, you have your hand up, so maybe we'll start there. Annette, do you want to join us?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes. Salut, ça
Perfect.
va?
Ça va bien. First of all, my name is Annette Cormier. I'm the Provincial Program Manager for the New Brunswick FASD Center of Excellence. And first of all, my hat goes out to you. This is an amazing project. I'm excited to see this. Sad to see it's only happening in St. John. I wish it could be accessible everywhere in New Brunswick. But working with a population of youth and young adult transitioned into adulthood with brain-based injuries such as FASD, meaning that these kiddos have amazing strengths and amazing potentials, but are not really ready to live on their own at 18. So I could see that these kids, or these young adults, I should say, would definitely benefit from going into Jerome's in your facilities. One of my questions is, knowing and working with this clientele, would it be, I don't know if you even thought about when you're building your facility, if you're going to consult with an occupational therapist in regards to having a sensory room or having a place of de-escalation. Because the reason I'm saying this, and I apologize for my English, I'm trying to translate in French. My first language is French, but trying to see how you can avoid dysregulation or children that have issues with interoceptions or even sensory for in the future. A lot of our kids, and I would say that in my 10 years of working with this program, we currently have more than 75 youth that are currently homeless, that are below the age of 19, that are living on the streets. More than 95% will have mental health and addiction problems. So you're seeing these kids on a daily basis, and the prevalence is very high. So how can we help equip you? So when you have our clients that are going to be going into your facilities, because St. John is our second highest population of children that have been prenatally exposed to alcohol. And I know Dr. Gander touched a little bit on this morning, but nobody ever thinks about alcohol being a factor, a huge factor in trauma that's introduced really earlier on and has a different outcome than drugs. And because we socialize and normalize this. So anyway, one of my question in the chat was, are you going to be accepting kids only from St. John, or kids, I say youth and young adults, or other provinces or other areas of the province as well? And the other thing is, will you be looking at their developmental age and not their chronological age? Because some of these children are chronologically maybe 18, but developmentally much younger. So what support will be in place to ensure their safety, to ensure that they can maximize their full potential is some of my questions. But I'm gonna shut up now because I could talk forever. But I think your project is amazing. I congratulate you on this wonderful project. And please reach out, because I definitely want to make sure that your FASD informed.
That sounds amazing. Thank you so much, Annette. I'll speak a bit, but Cassandra, I think it would be good for you to talk to, especially when it comes to the youth support piece. So as far as things like a sensory space for youth to go to, one of the pieces within the choice part of trauma-informed design, and I don't know if we'll have a specific room, but every light switch in the building will have a dimmer. Soundproofing within apartments is extremely important. The youth also talked about that too. So making sure that maybe people will have blackout curtains in some of their rooms, things like that. So those are definitely considerations. I think I'll turn it over to you, Cassandra, to maybe talk about some of the support pieces.
Sure. Thank you so much, Annette. Actually, those comments and those questions were really great. And I think we always really appreciate when people are coming from different realms of service and different perspective, and really kind of making sure that we're really kind of looking at the different angles that we may not necessarily always be paying attention to on a daily basis. So I really appreciate that first and foremost. And it's something I think Erin will have to chat about a little bit more, and we'll probably reach out to you, Annette, as well. But yeah, just very quickly, I think just to kind of echo a little bit of what Erin is saying, I think some of the way trauma-informed design works is that really first and foremost, we are trying to connect with the residents, the potential residents that will be living in that space to better understand their needs so that we can design for those needs in mind. And so in that respect, I think that process or that model of trauma-informed design is something that can help with the different populations that we all work with. And in terms of service, a lot of the way our Housing First program works is that we really meet youth where they're at, and we really address or personalize the services and supports to the needs that they have in the current moment and to the goals that they are trying to strive for in future. So I think a lot of it is really on a personalized on a case-by-case basis so that it can be very relevant and supportive to the individual. But like I said, I would love to connect and actually get maybe a more thorough understanding of some of the FASD supports and services that you interact with.
Thanks,
So
you
just,
guys.
sorry, I was
sorry.
gonna just
No,
to add
go
on
ahead, Julia.
to Cassandra, which might further welcome Annette to email us because we're like, Annette, email us. This is great. And thanks for the work you do, Annette. I know a lot of people who have worked in FASD that it's hard and they can't stay. So thank you for that. So anyway, the case managers within the community are extremely well connected, and they know a lot and a lot of different supports and services. So they're able to offer that personalized approach. So really, I just wanted to, a shout out to all of the folks working in the community. And thanks, Erin. This was a really positive way to end the day.
We're at 3:31, but we have 2 more questions. So I was going to take Sarah Lenny's question from the chat, which talked about physical disabilities, because from an accessibility standpoint, I wonder if you wanted to comment on this. Her question was, will there be accessible units for youth with physical disabilities?
Yes. So we are going to, so the design of the building it will be 2 stories. So the first floor will be fully accessible units. So half of them.
Lovely. And to our last question, but just before I do, I had written in the chat, there are some grants, about making spaces sensory, about those that can be even hundreds of thousands of dollars for spaces, which is really good. Okay, just curious, this is from Mary Jane. Just curious, would this program be available for Indigenous youth? And if so, will there be a culturally safe practice in place for those youth?
Yeah, I think, again, these are all really, really great questions. And I love that there's different perspectives coming from different groups. I think the youth that we have interacted with and have been able to hear from have not been connected to the Indigenous communities. But that doesn't mean that this form of practice or this type of program can't be connected to culturally relevant and very, relevant to Indigenous communities as well. So I think that this is actually something that would be to be able to kind of work alongside those in those communities to be able to see how that would work and how we can kind of adapt and adjust this process and this type of model to be able to better meet needs of more people.
And to follow up with Cassandra on that, this is really cutting edge stuff. Shopworks has been working on this for a while, but we're just starting to see these types of projects roll out into communities now. This will be the first type of build like this in Atlantic Canada. And there's actually very few builds like this across Canada. So we definitely, this is where really the research component comes into play. We want to know how to do this well, who we've missed in the conversation, you know, you can't create something for absolutely every group, but who can we engage with next to figure out if it works, right? Are there other groups of researchers that want to take this up that work with different populations than we do, or other groups of advocates or community orgs? So really, like, this is the start of something that we hope can be much bigger, and, you know, Indigenous engagement would be a great way to go.
Amazing. Well, thank you three very, very much for your time today. And Randy, I'm not sure if we should just hand it over to Julie, or if you want to say a few more words launching into just our last remarks.
I don't have
Thank-
much to add other than my appreciation to those who participated today and to those who joined us. On behalf of the symposium crew that put this together, I do want to thank very much those who participated as panelists and as experts and as commentators. And to thanks to you, the audience, for participating. We hope you enjoyed it. There's lots more follow-up to occur. Kindly conduct the survey. And now I'm really pleased to turn it over to Julie Dingwall for some closing remarks.
Well, I'm not going to keep you very long. We've had hundreds of people hanging in with us all day, so that's pretty wonderful. And I think that it's really an attestation to the number of people that want to be like many of us and change the world. So I have, good, I did start my video. But this year I wanted to take just a minute to talk about Nikki, who was our support worker for more than 25 years. We lost her in March, and we miss her every day. But I just want to tell you that, you know, Nikki journeyed with people. She didn't try to direct them she journeyed with people where they wanted to go. And so I think that we learned a lot over those many years together about how to journey with people and just be kind and treat people with compassion. So when you leave today, I'm bequeathing each and every one of you some of Nikki's compassion. She would have wanted me to do that. And so, you know, go out and do something nice. I always end each year, I just ask people to go out and do something nice for somebody, you know, buy them a coffee, pay their rent, whatever you can afford to do. Just do something kind and nice and surprising for somebody. It'll make somebody's day. Goodbye, everybody. Thanks for joining us.